Aku Ọláwẹ̀, Aku Ramadan, àròwó dájọ́ ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá. Mọ́rí àbábíkà yá Ramadan, gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan. Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi, benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi. Ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà. Bíbẹ̀ kọ́ agba lámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, máàkì mi, pàdé lọ kí jù máa jù. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, máàkì mi, lọ kí jù máa jù. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán, Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag. Nothing should tamper with my ego, èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi, Allahu Akbar. Ẹyọ̀ ń bá nábì, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa, àwa ò ní ìdí ajá. Tí Fọlárìn bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá. Torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa. Fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà, kò lè fíríkì àwa, kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa. Tinúkẹ́ ń tó pitì, ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwòtìwò ló dèndé. Irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí, ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni. Wọ́n ló ń dó yàtì, bó ń dó ṣéke, bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè. Fún anábà jẹ́ ká patronize ẹ̀, sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price. Jẹ́ ká ṣe lọ́wọ́ déédé, ìwọ náà mọ̀ mi ò kéré. Mo mọ̀ pé mi ò hólì, ìbọn ọmọ wòlíì ni mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo. Ọmọ ìgbà wo ló jáná? Gbogbo scope mi ló ti ká tán. Ọmọge wá ná, I go chop before I chop you, ṣe lè dáná. Ó mọ̀ pé mo kó ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti sushi, gbọ́n ẹ̀ mú bíi ti squishy. Ọmọ ẹ̀lẹ̀ tó dùn bí.
See this guy with the dance, with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time way you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you want. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the mount. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something way be top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he said on a shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't dey smile, feel like say your head is on ball. He said he dey feel the way I just dey go. The flow is dope. He said he don't dey feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me say when I bad. Who be this your fight baby like this ready for your band? Fine girl, what's up? Papa come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you play with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. Did they get them out? Or this your girl she fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody done they feel am, they know say you bad. Everybody done they see them, know say yes you do. Collect the fight, my guy. You self God, you know you joke. Collect the fight, make it no come they leave me hanging. It sound like they don't know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving how I'm sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This the way everybody they carry babe come. Also find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches you know say me self I don't want to make it. Make it no come be like say me self I come here come they toast. When I go come stop me for the road, come they ask me how far waiting come they walk me. All those catches are waiting me self I don't want on the low. But I know say yes the girl she fine, she get the thing way man they fine, but they gon' design, God the day design, the design I know the lie. You get the thing like this way the man they fine.
Samun kudin ka kawai ka kashe.
Karka bari su kashe maka sanda kake nema ba mai taya maka ruwa na dukan ka su ko suna daka in baka ci ba su ci maka kai da kudin ka kana haka abu ma sai an saya maka in ka samu kawai ka kashe kutuma bura uba yau akwai bura uba ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba in abincin akwai dadi sai na daba kutuma bura uba yau akwai bura uba ban balaga ba amma
I'm going to be president of this country. whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have.
Gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkó. Wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. I was speaking muted, so now I'm unmuted, so hopefully you can hear me. There it is right there. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a hold on, let me actually, I'm not sure I'm fully calibrated yet. Let me play you one more track and then I'll calibrate myself a bit more. All right, we'll go again. So yeah, good day to you and all that. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. One man went to mow. One man went to mow. He went to mow a meadow. So there it is. One man went to mow. He went to mow a meadow. Good day to you and all that. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Just as the sound of my voice inviting you to do it, do it. Click on the like button. Make that as a matter of routine. Just as soon as you log on to the sections, click on the like button. So click on the like button. Not already subscribed, please correct that. If the subscription button, if it's showing as red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on the red button that says subscribe. So we need those numbers going up. We are looking for especially 10 new subscribers to get us. Actually, we're looking for 30 new subscribers to get us over a particular threshold. So click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you look at the stream, there's something in the comment. Let me repost it actually, so it's immediate to hand. There is, and will soon be again, something in the comment section that says StreamYard. So if you want to appear on the screen, engage in conversation with this or you're a laughing man, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish fleshing out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, then I'll engage you in conversation. That's how it works. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the links to the streams in your social media spaces, your WhatsApp groups, etc. So having shared the links, leave a comment in the comment section to let me know if you have shared the links. So share the links and let me know. That's how we expand the space. So I'm always inviting you to do that, but I'm not sure how many of you do that. You should be copying the links and putting them in your WhatsApp groups and your Facebook groups. Do that. And then, of course, super chats towards the stream. The platform needs lubrication. That's the engine all that drives the whole thing, the super chats and all that. So do all those nice, cozy, and fuzzy things, and then your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So do all of those things I've just invited you to do. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. All those things I've just invited, the super chat and all that, do all of them, and then your body, you just feel a feeling of warmth from within. I promise you that. So do all that. There is not an abundance in the news, by the way. I was halfway to abandoning this session, actually, but I just thought, just for keep's sake, just to fulfill the righteousness and to maintain the momentum, I just thought I'd come out. I was halfway. I kept on moving the time. I thought, maybe, or should I not? And then suddenly here I am. So there's not an abundance in the news, but I will eat what we grow, as Warri told us throughout 8 years, as he continues to travel to London to feast on foie gras or whatever it is that is Piccadilly is. No. So we go with what we have. Pardon me. So let's just get started, shall we? Let's just get. I'm still calibrated. I'm not fully calibrated yet, but I'm still calibrating. But hopefully, in the throes of it, I'm fully there. Tinubu meets Fubara in London. So this is it now. I think the humbling of Fubara has come full cycle. And I think now it is showing sufficient enough contrition and is humbled enough now. And Wike also willing to sheath his sword and all that. So if Fubara behaves himself, then they just let him carry on to complete his first term. It's not going to be there. It's not going to be there for a second term. By the way, Fubara is not even going to get the PDP ticket. But they are happy to sheath their sword. The government and the FDT minister, if this guy shows sufficient enough contrition, and he's been acting quite contrite. Actually, if I show you from here, you see just how contrite he is. So that is Fubara then in London. That is the governor of Abia State, Alex Otti, who has gone to Wele Tinubu in London as well. And I'm not quite sure who this tall, lanky man is, but there it is right there. President Tinubu meets suspended Fubara. President Tinubu meets suspended Governor Fubara in London over Rivers political crisis. So there's that. But let's pick it up from here because it's probably easier to read from here. Tinubu meets Fubara in London. So let's read through it. President Bola Tinubu met with suspended Rivers State Governor Timileyin Fubara in London. The meeting, confirmed by Africa Report, was held at the instance of Governor Fubara, who assumed office in May 2023. As of the time of this report, correspondents could not confirm the details of the meeting, as presidential aides contacted said they were not part of the president's latest trip. However, officials confirmed that it was the face-to-face meeting. It was the first face-to-face meeting since Tinubu invoked Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution on March the 18th, declaring a state of emergency in Rivers State and removing Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu from office. I wonder if they are still collecting salaries, by the way. I wonder if they're still being paid, Fubara and his deputy. Tinubu's national broadcast on March the 18th cited months of intense political instability that had paralyzed governance and threatened national stability. He appointed Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ekwe Ibas as the sole administrator. Opposition governors from the 7 PDP-controlled states immediately filed a suit at the Supreme Court, challenging the constitutionality of the proclamation and calling for a return to democratic governance. I wonder if that lawsuit is still ongoing. I'm not quite sure that Fubara was frontal in that lawsuit. Tinubu, and by the way, this was pre-Tinubu coming back, of course, because Tinubu came back yesterday. Tinubu, who had been in Paris, then London, since the 2nd of April, agreed to meet with Fubara in an effort to diffuse the ongoing crisis. Officials said the pair discussed restoring a functional government in the oil-rich state. Although neither side disclosed specific details, presidential aides who spoke on condition of anonymity said the talks focused on the possibility of Fubara returning to office before the end of his 6-month suspension. So yes, they could call time on it at any time, I suppose. So there's a good chance that they may well do that, because the last media outing that Wike had, he gave the opening for this to happen, and then Fubara, of course, then moved very quickly to go and waylay Tinubu in London and do the Idobale bit. The president returned to Abuja on Monday night after spending 18 days abroad. It was learned that Fubara's estranged political godfather, now Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemson Wike, was not part of the meeting and was reportedly uneasy about such discussions taking place without him. However, Tinubu is expected to meet with Fubara, Wike, and members of the Rivers State House of Assembly to chart a lasting resolution to the political crisis in the state. So all those things that of Fubara doing all this, day your day, a day my day, all that will stop now. So enough of the nonsense, essentially. What essentially what Tinubu is saying there. I just noticed this now. Is this what they read? Let's see if this is what they read. Let me open this one up. This is Babache Lawal that is still making noise. I thought he was dead and buried, not physically but politically. I thought he was dead and buried. So let's see what Babache has to say. A lot of people actually, their political permutations were truncated by Tinubu, and they will till death hold him as a mortal enemy. This is another guy that he thought that Tinubu would give him the vice presidential slot, Babache Lawal, Tinubu being Muslim, of course, and he being a Christian, but the landscape did not permutate for a Christian northerner. Buhari's endorsement not needed to defeat Tinubu. This is Babache. Former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Babache Lawal, said those struggling to curry the favor of former President Muhammadu Buhari, including loyalists of President Bola Tinubu and some chieftains of the defunct Congress for Progressive Change, are busy chasing shadows. Lawal stated this in an exclusive interview with correspondents, insisting that every genuine CPC chieftain who has the interest of the Talakawas, the poor and the vulnerable at heart, will stop at nothing to kick out any government that brings pain and impoverishment to the people, like the Tinubu administration in 2027. So, I mean, Tinubu, Buhari brought a lot of pain and suffering to the Talakawas. I wonder why they didn't make the effort to kick him out. These guys have given us a reason to come against them because the CPC is a Talakawa movement. The CPC is many things. The Talakawa movement is not one of them. They are elitist oligarchs of the north are just using the downtrodden as always is their way. These guys have given us a reason to come against them because the CPC is a Talakawa movement. It is a movement that has at heart the needs and feelings of the lower class. That is our ideology, which we learned from Buhari. So at the age of 70-something, you are now learning to be nice to the poor from Buhari. So that tells you all you need to know about him. The primary aim is how to serve the disenfranchised, discriminated people in the society, which this government has taken as a religion to cause suffering and marginalization. It is as if the sight of a poor person annoys them, so they want to starve them to death. If there's nobody that has done more for the poor in the history of Nigeria than this present administration, there's a people-centric. Look, go ask the 600,000 poor people that are now accessing education via Tinubu, and then let's see what they have to say. Now, if you are an original CPC person, it will pain you. It will push you into action involuntarily to change this type of system that is out to destroy and marginalize the underprivileged in society. That is what Buhari stands for. That is who we are and what we learned from him and ourselves. When asked whether Buhari had given the coalition his blessing, as former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai claimed, Lawal kicked against such insinuation. He said, first of all, we don't need his blessing. We only needed to tell him what we wanted to do because we were adults. It is also not like we will go and tell Buhari to follow us. Of course, we are mature and intelligent people. Even if Buhari says, hey, gentlemen, I will join you, it is our responsibility to say, no, Oga, please keep off. You are too big for us. We don't want to involve you. You are part of this government. Please remain there until you are fed up. So if Buhari ever endorsed them, they will be beating it off the top of the rafters. They will be hewing and crying about it and crowing like which bird crows? Like a crowing bird. But because Buhari does not endorse them, they are now telling us they don't need this endorsement. Lawal, a founding member of the defunct CPC and former ally of Tinubu, is the key stakeholder in the ongoing coalition involving Atiku Obi and El-Rufai. He insisted that the opposition alliance and the planned merger of parties were already sealed. We understand these people, and the APC governors went to greet him on Salah. I was not there when they were talking, but we eventually found out what they went there to say. And, of course, we know how to handle it. So, Buhari now the beautiful bride that everything seems to revolve around. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see. Buhari's relevance actually ends in 2027 as well, because he's certainly not having a say after that. Lawal also took a swipe at former Nasarawa Governor Tanko Al-Makura, ex-Minister of Communications Adebayo Shitu, and other old CPC members, describing them as black sheep of the defunct party. His response follows Shitu's comments on China's television's Politics Today, where the former minister labeled the CPC as a dead horse and described Lawal, former Attorney General Abubakar Malami, and other aggrieved CPC chieftains as mischief makers. I can never leave the APC. I am a loyal member of the party. I have not seen what will justify my living. That's one. Number two, when you talk of CPC, you are talking of a dead horse. Pardon me. The party has since gone into oblivion. We had dissolved CPC, AC, and other parties for us to become APC. So now it becomes convenient for some people, for whatever selfish and self-serving reasons, to use the glorious name of CPC. The laughable thing about it, is that they even say some people cannot talk on behalf of the CPC, as though the CPC is exclusive to them. To my best knowledge, I know the former Attorney General of the Federation is one of the leaders and a few other people there. I don't see what the grievance is. They are just saying that they won't go again with APC, Shito had said. Reacting, Lawal described Shito as a perfect example of a black sheep within the legacy of CPC structure. We know that not everybody can withstand hunger. Even in the CPC, there were black sheep. Some people joined CPC hoping to get one or two things, but at heart, they were not CPC. Such people might not be able to sustain hunger. This government has made the majority of Nigerians hungry. So, and on it goes. So there it is right there. So that's Babache and Lawal then, part of the coalition then that are converging to try and unseat Tinubu. So this one now, this one really, it stunned me somewhat when I saw this headline. Manufacturers, oh no, that's an advert that's just popped up. It stunned me somewhat when I saw this headline. Manufacturers' fuel expenses cross 1 trillion naira amidst rising electricity fuel cost. So the cost of the expense that manufacturers are spending on fuel, on diesel, etc., to power up their plants has now crossed the threshold of 1 trillion naira. So how much is 1 trillion naira? That would be about $600-700, maybe $800 million dollars. So if you add, because and that cost, of course, is passed on to the end consumer. So that electricity, it will solve so many problems if they're just able to get it right. Manufacturers' fuel expenses cross 1 trillion naira amidst rising electricity fuel cost. So just a few paragraphs from this. Manufacturers in Nigeria continue to battle increased operating expenses, especially to solve their energy needs in the face of poor power supply in Nigeria. The H2 2024 Economic Review, released by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, revealed that manufacturers spent more on generator fuel and other alternative energy in 2024 compared to 2023. So the cost surged from 778 billion naira in 2023 to 1.1 trillion naira in 2024, marking a 42.3% increase. So these are just some of the reasons why the prices of affordables no longer affordable. So that's that. So that's that. Do we need to carry on reading this, or have we had enough of it? All right, says that this figure comprises 450 billion naira spent in the first half of the year and 790 billion naira in the second half of the year, marking a 75% growth within the two halves. The breakdown shows that food, beverage, and tobacco sectors, food, beverage, and tobacco sectors fuel expenses grew from 354 billion to 474 billion. For chemicals and pharmaceutical sectors, alternative energy expenses amounted to 200. So essentially, the cost of production goes up as a consequence of the cost of our fuel, which is a consequence by the lack of electricity and manufacturers having to power their own plants. So from that to the next, President Tinubu meets suspended Governor Fubara in London. So I think we've just gone through that. So we've gone through that, and still the same. Yeah, like I said, there's not an abundance in the news. So that's the Fubara meeting Tinubu in London right there. Let's go on still. Nigerian economy better positioned to withstand external pressure. This is IMF. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has said that the economic reforms undertaken by the, let's do that again. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has said that the economic reforms undertaken by Nigeria since 2023 have significantly improved the country's capacity to withstand external economic shocks. This observation was contained in the 2025 Article 4 consultation report, which the IMF released on Friday. The report followed a visit by an IMF team led by Exul, some German-sounding name, the fund's mission chief for Nigeria, who held discussions with key stakeholders in Lagos and Abuja between April the 2nd and April the 15th. During the mission, the IMF delegation engaged with top Nigerian officials, including Warri Edun, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Abubakar Kyari, Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, and Yemi Cardoso, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Meetings were also held with senior officials from various government agencies, representatives of the Ministry of Environment, as well as members of the private sector, academia, labor unions, and civil society organizations. So it's a thorough fact-finding mission. That's essentially what that tells us. I think we can leave that there. So essentially, then the IMF speaking to the robustness of the Nigerian economy, are gunmen coming in hundreds. Communities ill-equipped for self-defense. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia on Tuesday decried the recent killings in the state, saying the gunmen come in their numbers. The governor, who spoke on Channel Television's Politics Today, said although there is a need for self-defense of innocent residents, he, however, lamented that most communities lack enough equipment to face the killers. When the terrorists come in, they are not just coming in their 50s, they come in hundreds. They are talking about coming on motorbikes, he said. In as much as there is a very grave need for self-defense of our people, we would not want to have more scores of death on our hands. We simply need to start thinking about community policing. I don't think this is a matter of police. So when these people, can you just imagine the spectacle of it? The last round, they told us it was about 600 on motorbikes but where were the security forces? Because for them to have that larger movement, it would have caused some sort of, that's sufficient enough to have caused enough commotion for the securities to respond. Weighing in on the recent killings, Alia said the perpetrators are not Nigerians. So how are they then able to come into the Nigerian space, stating that they speak unfamiliar languages and exhibit foreign characteristics? According to the governor, intelligence from locals suggests the attackers may be foreign nationals. Let's let's have the narrative very correct. We know Nigerians by our ethnicities. We can identify a Fulani man, a Yoruba man, a Hausa man. We know them. Even the regular traditional herders, we know them. They work with cows. Sticks are herding with sticks. But these folks, the attackers, are coming in fully armed with AK-47s and 49s. They do not bear the Nigerian look. They don't speak like we do. Even the Hausa they speak is one sort of Hausa, so which is not the inflection of the Nigerian. It is not the normal Hausa we Nigerians speak. So it is with the Fulani they speak. There is a trend in the language they speak, and some of our people who understand what they speak give it names. They say they are Malians and different from our people, but they are not Nigerians, believe it, he added. So if we are able to identify that, then we can go to Mali and hold their government's feet under the code. So there's this little snippet circulating around Simon Ekpa. We don't quite know the veracity of it. Finnish court approves Simon Ekpa's extradition to Nigeria in July. So I saw this in so many spaces, and so many people sent it in as well. All that Simon Ekpa storyline has completely died off, hasn't it? Now that they've bagged and tagged him and caged him. All right. In a pivotal development with far-reaching implications for regional security and international justice, Finnish authorities have approved the extradition of Simon Ekpa, the controversial Finnish Nigerian separatist agitator, to Nigeria. The transfer is scheduled for July the 15th, 2025, following the ruling of the Piaget Hamay District Court in Leti on April the 18th, 2025. Ekpa, who has long styled himself as the Prime Minister of the self-declared Biafra Republic government in exile, has been a central figure in the resurgence of violent separatist rhetoric. Contrary to persistent reports in Nigerian media and some government statements, Simon Ekpa is not affiliated to the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, which has reported. Also, this seems to be coming out of the IPOB quarters there, and you can take that reading. So, in a pivotal development with far-reaching implications for regional security and international justice, Finnish authorities have approved the extradition of Simon Ekpa, the controversial Finnish Nigerian separatist agitator, to Nigeria. The transfer is scheduled for July the 15th, 2025, following the ruling of Piaget Hamay District Court in Leti on April the 18th, 2025. Ekpa, who has long styled himself as the Prime Minister of the self-declared Biafra Republic government in exile, has been a central figure in the resurgence of separatist rhetoric, contrary to persistent reports in Nigerian media and some government statements. Simon Ekpa is not affiliated to the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, which has repeatedly dissociated itself from him. IPOB maintains that it has no factions and does not recognize Ekpa's authority or activities. So I'm not quite sure. So that's that. It says Ekpa's extradition was not without legal challenges. Finland traditionally does not extradite its citizens outside the European Union or Nordic region. However, after Nigeria presented compelling evidence under the Roman Statute, ratified by both nations, a rare agreement was reached. Finnish authorities emphasized that the ruling complied with international law and due process. Upon his arrival in Nigeria, Ekpa is expected to face multiple charges, including terrorism, conspiracy, incitement of violence, and crimes against the state. His case will likely be one of the most closely watched in recent Nigerian legal history, with domestic and international human rights groups expected to monitor the proceedings. So would that not be a real turn up for the books if Simon Ekpa was deported to Nigeria? That would be a real and it's also been reported here as well, actually. So it's reported all over the place. So there it is. I think somebody stole this from me. Actually, I was the first one to put out this image. Yes, that image, not that specific one, but that put together. Yes, I think it's the same thing, isn't it? Yes. All right. So that's that. Like I said, there's not an abundance in the news. So anybody that turns up, you must turn up with some sort of news that you'd like to discuss, and that is if anybody does turn up. So let me play you the clips that we do have, and then we see what happens after that. Yes, let me kick it off from here. So this is still that response, that tussle for the heart and soul of the CPC. So let's pick it up from here.
One, we got the rumor that was saying that the CPC bloc of the APC, that were leaving the APC. So we said no. That our resolution after the meeting we held was that we have no need to leave the house, the APC. We toiled from 2004 after losing the 2003 presidential election, 2011, that germinated on 2013, that we cannot destroy the house we built. There was a merger that brought all tendencies in the country, all religion, all tribes into one umbrella tree, that we cannot destroy that. That it will be very puerile for us to try to destroy a house we built. And secondly, as you said, why are we supportive and loyal to Mr. President? We said we cannot, in all good conscience and honesty, forget the critical role President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR played in getting the measure to fruition. He was one of the leaders that held a meeting with Buhari and told Buhari that you are going to be the president. We are going to support you. That we have seen you as strides. You've garnered 12 million vote bank, mostly from the northern part of the country.
All right. So that's the never-ending saga of the CPC. So the battle for the heart and soul of that space. So that's enough of that. So here it's one parliamentarian discussing in parliament then the need for Nigerians to equip themselves for self-defense, since the state clearly cannot defend Nigerians. So let's get a little snippet of this.
That Mr. Speaker, on account of this institutional failure on the part of our security agencies. Because you have just no cause to even raise any excuse for any one of them. Funding is provided. Here we are now, as an institution. We have now sent signal, invitation. Come and meet with the people of Nigeria. We are indeed the people of Nigeria here, representing our people. Come and interface with us. Let's see how we can still put heads together and really address some of these problems, these perennial problems. At the end, what they did, right from head to top, the IG, the DSS, every one of them sent a representative.
All right. So that's that guy. I think that's the same guy that came into parliament with about 50 wives and 500 children. You know, his accent actually belies his capacity to speak English. He has a good grasp of the English language, that guy right there, but his heavyset accent belies his capacity to be articulate. If you actually listen to him, both in word and syntax, he has an easy and a very great command of language.
Security agencies, of course, are under democratic authority. Government in this case has to rise up to its responsibility. Call a spade is spade. If it's about funding, each and every one of us here knows we have never had any cause to contemplate funding our security agencies. And I believe our relevant committees are following up in terms of.
All right, so that's the Aboki right there. So let's go on from there to this one. This professor from the East, he's speaking on this coalition that Atiku, Peter Obi, and Rufai are trying to put together, and he's telling us then how it might likely pan out. So this is quite engaging. So watch this.
Three issues. One, Rufai's relevance. Two, the possibility of stronger forces even without Rufai. And three, the question of strategy under Tinubu. Beginning with Rufai, he's been for a long time a key figure, has been active, but I want us to note that to a very large extent, the APC government under President Tinubu has really dealt with Rufai. I'm also concerned whether he still retains the kind of political relevance that made him a very strong factor within that CPC movement. I'm also concerned that many of his co-travelers on that path have, to a large extent, found accommodation elsewhere. And whether his own politics appealed to them or they accepted him because you know, he's a fantastic logistics person and a very intelligent man, whether that will translate into the fact that if he steps out, a lot of people will go out with him is a different matter. So I would not personally, and I may be mistaken, I will not personally set a lot of store on the exit of Rufai himself. But I'll be concerned if in his exit he has pulled a substantial section of the machinery of the party or some individuals. Now, assuming he pulls some individuals along with him, those individuals, if they also have control of the machinery, there should be something to worry about. If they don't, they will go with their names. They will speak in public about how badly things are going, but they're not going to leverage anything politically such that they can impact the environment. Now, on the matter of those left behind, if the structures of the party, those who will man it at various levels, those who are respected in their various domains, who are CPC chieftains, if all of them are there, and Rufai has left as the major, if you like, visible variable in all of this, nothing will happen. But let's even assume all of this is in place. Rufai has left, CPC is angry, they're going with him. You cannot then also rule out the president's capacity for political strategy. We all know that many of us were absolutely sure he wouldn't get the PDP, the APC ticket. He got the ticket. People feared, international community will bring down the sun here and the moon together. Nothing happened. Prominent Nigerians stood out and said no. It didn't stop that. Even the currency exchange or a remodeling or repainting, if you like the expression for those who are sarcastic, was presumed to be targeted at him. In spite of all, the man won the election. And you believe that as president he will sit around drinking tea or eating kuli-kuli while you're planning to take him out after 3 years in office. I believe he's strategic enough to know the vulnerabilities of all of those working for him and fighting against him. He knows what he can hold against them. He also has the supreme power of patronage in an environment where politics is driven by cash value. And he has his trajectory, both in Lagos and everywhere, shows somebody who doesn't sleep, provided he has his mind on something. Now, that's not a statement about goodness or morality, but a statement about effective political strategizing to achieve the political result you want. And my question is, do you find capacities elsewhere to match that? In negotiations, in all of that? So those are some of the things to consider. And that makes me think that, yes, Rufai's exit will have very disturbing optics. But will it lead to anything? Because you must ask yourself, yes, Rufai has left, but where is he? At some point, they were talking about a political coalition to knock out the APC. And looking at that alleged aspiration, I call it alleged because sometimes if you're planning to travel from Abuja to Kaduna, and you're all dressed up, revving your car with your bag in the boot, and the fuel in your car can only carry you as far as Kubwa. Anybody who knows what's in your fuel tank will know that you're not going to Kaduna. So if you tell him to wait for you at Jere Junction, he will be in his house watching Tom and Jerry. He know you will not come there because of the fuel you have. So there's presumed to be a coalition people are working on in order to knock out the APC. They may be very serious. There might be something they're doing I'm not aware of. But I tell you this, and these would, in my view, be compelling reasons for pessimism. Look at the profile of all the people involved. Look at their, no, before even age bracket, how many of them do not want to be president? So they must negotiate who will step forward. Secondly, look at the ideological differences. And thirdly, you then ask yourself, what is it they're going to leverage? What's their age bracket? For how long have they been around? Where are the young people among them with whom they are threatening to create a new Nigeria? So, yes, Rufai has left. Yes, there's a lot of talk about a coalition. But my take, looking at that coalition and the political economy of our environment and the political forces at play, I don't see that coalition having the strength of a feather. But I may be mistaken.
So, and it is right there. 83-year-old Atiku Abubakar and 69-year-old Peter Obi and 72-year-old Rufai. Those are the people that are coalescing to create a new Nigeria. It's almost unbelievable. It's just it's like something straight out of a Marvel comic book. So just the ridiculousness of it. They are confirming the coalition. Imagine that. The basket of the deplorables, what's her name? As Hillary Clinton said all those years ago, a basket of the deplorables. So a basket of the deplorables. So still on that coalition theme. So this is the clip that inspired the headline for this session. So this is Prince Adewole Adebayo sounding a cautionary note to the people coming into his party, telling them that it is not pack and ride. They are not doing buy one, get one free here. Watch this.
Position themselves. And you are relying on opposition, who are also politicians. It's not everybody who's in a position that is on your side. So the people of Nigeria themselves need to demand a change of government. And when that demand is there, the opposition that is credible will fulfill it.
My question is, are you part of this coalition? And are you running for 2027?
I will run for 2027. My party knows that I'm running the election. Nigerian people know, and we'll make them know. But as for the coalition, we are listening to them. What we don't want to be a getaway car for a conspiracy and robbery we did not plan. So if you plan something somewhere, you want to use the SDP as a getaway car, that's not available. So we are talking, we are listening. If the coalition is for the group of Nigerian people, SDP is available. But if it is just a crime center for disappointed Tinubu followers, they should go back to Tinubu, give the promise to them, and resolve their differences there. But if the reason you are in politics is to see that the Nigerian people are not changed again, you can come to SDP. But if you are just coming to retaliate for the insult they insulted you, or a promise they gave you they didn't keep, we were not part of it.
Is it the stand of the party?
Yes, that's the stand of the party. The party says all Nigerians are welcome. They come to SDP to implement our manifesto. Don't come to SDP to borrow us for a fight we are not involved in. We are a party for the Nigerian people. So our plan is not based mainly on people who are quarreling with somebody. Our plan is based on what Nigerian people want as is contained in our constitution. Thank you.
So that's a cautionary note then to Atiku Abubakar, Rufai, and of course Peter Obi, who is on his way to the SDP as well. But as punchy, and it's good to. And by the way, I often say that there are no talents within the Nigerian political space. But if there's one stand-up person that stands out as a beacon of hope for that landscape, is Prince Adebayo. Anytime you hear him speak, there's the reassurance of a man that knows what he's doing. So he stands up, but he stands alone. You don't feel inspired whenever you listen to maybe Showore, there's nobody else in that landscape actually. The only other the alternatives that presents an alternate to the status quo is Showore and Prince Adebayo, and they seem to stand alone. There is nobody else that presents anything that changes the paradigm. So, and it's still, in fact, it's the only voice really that presents anything that you can vest any confidence in. But there is Prince Adebayo then sounding that cautionary warning to Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rufai, etc. The band of the basket of deplorables. What's his name? Abubakar Malami, Babache, all of those people coming to the SDP to use it as a special purpose vehicle. He's sounding that cautionary note to them, but when they come in, though, which they will overwhelm him. I don't think he's powerful. I don't think he's strong enough to hold them back. But he will probably almost certainly have to. He will almost certainly have to leave that party, Prince Adebayo, if he wants to continue to maintain his political integrity and the purity of his trajectory. He has to leave that party. If they all come in, he has to leave. Because there is no ideological alignment between those two spaces. There is nothing ideologically. Let me see who's that from. Yes, there's nothing ideologically that aligns. Those the disparate bedfellows. That's what they call them, disparate bedfellows. So there's nothing ideologically that aligns those two spaces. So that's a Prince Adebayo then sounded a cautionary note to the people wanting to use his party as a special purpose vehicle. So let's go on from that to this. This is the governor of Niger State. This is one of the most trending clips on social media today. This is the governor of Niger State banning dreadlocks. And yes, you heard me right. Banning dreadlocks in the state. I'm not quite sure from the sublime of all of the problems that they have in Niger State. His own panacea to all of that is to ban dreadlocks. That they should be wrestling anybody with. What about if you are a Rastafarian? What about if you are born with dreads? What happens there? He said they should wrestle them to the ground and shave their hair and find them anybody with dreadlocks in Niger State. I've never heard anything like that in my life.
Saying security is everybody's business. I don't want to hear any news about that. Nobody is above the law. And the primary responsibility of government is to provide for the security and lives of the citizens. I will lead the operation. I will follow each street of Mina, we'll fish them out, and we are going to make sure we deal with them accordingly.
So that's the governor of Niger State, just telling us just how jobless he is. This next clip right here that I'm about to play you, I'm in agreement, I'm in lockstep with every sentiment being expressed here. I sign up to this particular petition. Watch this.
We wish to submit this petition to the Attorney General and Minister of Justice that we are giving the government 2 weeks ultimatum within which to act on this petition. Else, we will march on the street. Yes. We will continue to fight. Yes. We will continue to agitate. Yes. Because the corrupt leadership under Melekeri has put this country in an economic quagmire. And as such, for President Bola Tinubu to assure Nigerians and to get the confidence of Nigerians, and for him to get our support for second term, the corrupt leadership of Melekeri must be investigated. Else, Mr. President, we will be forced to revisit our support for you. The corrupt handling of the place was so suffocating to the national economy that Nigerians were taken to the street to demand Melekeri's removal from the job, which Mr. President eventually listened to our demand. However, Nigerians are disenchanted that Mr. President has only removed the former corrupt leadership without taking the necessary steps to investigate how Melekeri and his cabal bled this country dry in various ways, which we believe is still hurting the country economically as we speak. In this regard, a sore point of fraud surrounding the rehabilitation and the restreaming of the government-owned refineries, the figures and the facts are simply not adding up. In addition to the billions of dollars that Kerry-led administration claimed to have spent on fixing the refineries, it also claimed that one of his fronts, Matrix Energy Limited, invested about $400 million in the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery. This is even as the Federal Executive Council under President Warri has approved $1.5 billion for the repairs of the same facility. But there are even more perplexing issues emerging. The NNPC is now reportedly owing Matrix Energy more than $2 billion. This debt is being serviced through daily crude oil allocations to Matrix Energy that are not being paid for. What we are talking about here is a daily allocation of 80,000 barrels of crude oil to a non-state actors running a security outfit because of the deals the corrupt leadership of Melekeri entered into. It is crystal clear that Nigerians are being shortchanged by Melekeri's associates, even when he is no longer in office. This called for serious concern and called for a very serious investigation in order to unravel the mystery bedeviling.
So there it is right there. The crimes, the life and crimes of Melekeri. That guy stole so much. I wonder who stole more, Melekeri, Emefiele, or Abubakar Malami. It was just 8 years of relentless looting under Buhari. Just how that country still holds together is one of the biggest mysteries known to man. They just kept on stealing and stealing and stealing and stealing. So that's Melekeri right there. But they will never probe him, of course, because there are certain sacred cows within the Nigerian space that are the untouchables. They can literally go to Aso Rock and sleep with Tinubu's wife, and they will not be able to do anything about it. Sacred cows, untouchables. So sacred cows and untouchables. So now, this now thing by the people of the South, all of them wanting to be Yorubas, especially people of the Edo State, this seems to be a new phenomenon. I never knew that the people of Edo State, that sort of area, that they've always aspired to be Yorubas, but apparently, allegedly, that is their lifelong dream. They all want to be Yorubas, especially the Shekiris.
My name is Honorable Kingsley Tenuma, a former councillor in Warri South local government and also the chairman of Warri People's Mandate. Yeah, our mission here today, we all understand what is going on in Delta State. But what most of Nigerians are seeing, it is not just the word delineation thing. All what you are seeing today in the Warri Federal Constituency is all about political economy of the people. What the Ijaws are trying to do today is to annex our land, take away our resources, falsify documents, using government instrumentality to rename Ishekiri's community, giving them strange names, the Ijaws and the Robos. That is what is going on in Warri. Now, if it is all about delineation, we ask ourselves, the entire constituency and state in Nigeria, they are due for delineation. Why is INEC single out Warri Federal Constituency for delineation? Election is not just around the corner now. 2027, we still have ample of time in doing so. INEC chairman, that the tenure is about coming to an end. You are going. Why are you rushing to do this one? Is it because of the dollar for cash money that has been spread to the commission today? We all know this. We had it on good authority. How much that has been spent by the Ijaws on INEC to carry out these illegal activities that they are doing. Now, it will interest you to know that why are we here today? We want to ask. If you go back to Delta State, the Shekiri, we do not have any issue with the Ijaws. It is the Baramatu clan in Warri Southwest that we have issues with. But each time there is this issue, you will always see the larger Ijaws from Bayelsa, from from Rivers State and on those states coming to speak on issues that you know nothing about. That is why we are telling the world that no, the Shekiri, we do not just fall from heaven. We are Yorubas. We are now back to our brothers. That what is happening to your brothers in Delta State today affect everybody, affect all Yorubas. That is why you saw the Yorubas addressing the joint World press conference with us. So, what we are calling on INEC to do today, it is go back to the field, go and do your remapping, go and do a proper work, and in doing so, use the old template of Warri local government. And in this time around, we are calling on the international community, we are calling on all civil society organizations to be part, particularly the Yaga Africa, to be part of the delineation. Let them come clean. Open your door. Those election management monitoring groups should be part of this delineation so that the whole world will see what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right. So those are the Shekiris hustling to the Yorubas. I'm not quite sure they will need the approval of the new Alaafin of Oyo, and I'm not quite sure because we're quite guarded about who and who gets to call themselves Yorubas. And I think we have sufficient enough numbers. We don't need those Sapele water people trying to pass themselves off as Yorubas. So now this will be the last clip that I'll be playing you. But now I'm a bit conflicted about the presenter in this piece, the way she speaks with such authority and such, finality on the subject matter. So why am I a bit conflicted? She's not even Nigerian. She's from Zimbabwe. And there she is. How did she even get the employment is the first thing. Do we not have sufficient enough Nigerians as presenters that we have to go to Zimbabwe to get one? And why is she poke-nosing her nose like a busybody into Nigerian affairs? So this now lady that will hit your screen next, she's from Zimbabwe.
To unpack it and to unpack the implications. Well, there is a statement from Baba Ahmed about the North and the North choosing, well, he speaks for the North and he said that a decision will be made in the next 6 months. Now, I want to challenge what we call the Northern political might today. Because when we speak of the Northern political might and when we look at it, we have to remember the context that in that 2023 election where President Tinubu won the election with 62% of the vote coming from the 19 northern states, there was 26.7 voter turnout, meaning 70% of Nigeria did not vote in that election. So the question again is, what is the state of this Northern political might? Well, that's why there's a census that has been commissioned to be conducted very soon. We're not certain of the dates yet, but the committee has been inaugurated and work should be underway. This is a census that was supposed to take place shortly after the 2023 election, and now we're expecting that. What will this census reveal about our demographic breakdown, about where young people stand? Because we know that the election in this season belongs to young people. Just as the last election did, where you found that the majority were those who are coming to vote for the very first time, 2027 will be no different. As we see more and more of those of the born-free era who didn't live under military dictatorship, who didn't live under many of the past administrations, are coming to lend their voices. Will they vote, number one? Number two, what will the demographics reveal about what Nigeria's current breakdown looks like, and how will that impact what we have come to know as the political might of the North? Very important questions. Well, when we speak about the North as well, it's important to also remember the very valid point made by Dr. Abati, which is that it's not standing as a single unilateral bloc at the moment. As things stand, we know that there are divisions between the CPC, those who are affirming their allegiance to the ruling party under Bola Tinubu, as vocalized by Honorable Mohammed Dati, and who are saying that anybody who is speaking against CPC, it doesn't have electoral value and is a paper tiger, to quote the words of Mohammed Dati. And then there are those who are anti, whose body language is saying that, well, they want to leave. Of course, we already know that Malami Rufai has left, and there are rumors and rumblings that several more want to leave. And all of this still ties back to the administration of former President Buhari. And if you look at the way the intrigues played out during the 2023 elections, it tells us a lot about what's happening within the APC itself. If you remember, there were rumors about the Buhari bloc, the CPC bloc, allegedly working against the election of President Bola Tinubu. Is it possible that the disgruntlement of this bloc that led them to want to work against his candidacy suddenly disappeared when he came into office? Absolutely not. Those people will continue to work. Now, there's the other issue of during President Buhari's tenure, we heard reports of how now President Tinubu, at the time he was out of government, was quote-unquote marginalized, how he was denied access to the president. And many of those who are alleging this are saying that it was those loyal stalwarts of President Buhari, those CPC bloc members, who ensured that there was this separation. So we see that this factionalism did not begin today. Coalitions are notorious for the disgruntlement they cause because two or more parties come together with their own ranks, with their own expectations, and then hierarchy, politics of ego begin to play between several different structures that all feel entitled to the spoils themselves. So when we speak of the North, we're not speaking of one huge block. It's not a single brush. Of course, the North doesn't even exist as a geopolitical zone. There are several intrigues. So for one gentleman to come and say that the North will decide is a little bit reductive of the fact that there are several factors at play. And secondly, that census may also go to show us that there may be more numbers in the South, as we've seen that there's been a romance of sorts that I've called it being played, soft diplomacy, being played by the First Lady, as we've seen her rub shoulders in the South and begin to see some of the body language of the governors, opposition governors, warm up to the current administration, with rumors rife that they're soon to cross the floor. Well, this political melodrama will continue.
So there it is right there, the cheek of it. When she says we and when she says our, who is we and who is our? When did Lagos become an extension of Harare, some Zimbabwean woman weighing down on Nigerian politics? What's the meaning of that nonsense? We, who is we? When did Nigeria become a Mugabe country that Zimbabwe and is weighing down upon us on matters germane to our own? It's just a nonsense, man. What is Obiagbon now? What is he doing? Some Zimbabwean woman poke nosing, busybody into our affairs. But is the immigration services even aware that that woman is in the country? Yeah, but I mean, it's the porous borders, isn't it? And this thing, this born-free generation, is that a new inflection? People that did not experience military administration, is that the new terminology for them, a born-free generation? Maybe it's a Zimbabwean thing. Maybe that woman should be deported. The audacity. I mean, just imagine the nonsense. I mean, how dare you? So that's that. Let's play the Kegite music, see what happens next.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that. I'm not quite sure why people are leaping to the defense of a Zimbabwean woman. She's doing Nigerians out of a job. We're not even sure if she's legal in the country. That's the thing. Ayobolu Busayo. So Ayobolu, I don't know. Yes, our country is completely subsumed by foreigners. That's our crown right there. Even this Akim Baba Ahmed, he's not a Nigerian and he speaks on Nigerian affairs. I'm sure Thomas and Baba, they are equally as outraged as I am, all these foreigners in our country. Baba, a last minute rescue I was just about to bail. Thomas, I like Baba.
Woman, you lie. Bimbai is a Nigerian. Look at you. You just crack me up. You're just crazy, woman. I like your baby.
Is she not from?
I'm still laughing, rocking with laughter.
Come on, mama. Personality in Harare now, and then they went and imported her. What happened to that Abiola girl?
You are encouraging.
and replace her with the buy. The buy go.
What about your Kemi speaking in England?
Yeah,
One man.
Yeah, well, she's a British woman. She's a
Then Zimba is a Nigerian. Simple. Oh man, I just love your platform. Oh dear. A very good evening to you, Tommy Otojemeta. Welcome.
Thomas is flexing out a bit.
It came to Nigeria, the Ewedu, that's the effect of the Ewedu. You know, it takes time for these things to grow in and cling to your internal organ and then perform its wonders. He ate a lot of Ewuru, Ewedu, Efo, Tete, Igbo, and all the rest. That's it.
Now,
So,
there's not a lot in the news today, but Fubara will lay in Tinubu in London. I think that shows his that savvy politics, isn't it? That's a clever, and I think he would have caught Wike off guard with that move.
Yes, Mom, and let me salute you formally. Tommy, welcome back. Ilenko, Alafiani, Adubelodo Long. And and my people in the commentariat, I welcome you. Still waiting for Sise Shaibu. Madrob Chuku is here. Ever disagreeable, we love you. Just don't extend it to violence. No, you don't have any problem with us. I wish Patrick Glory can temper himself with his language. You're all welcome here. No, the dissent is permissible, no doubt about that. That's why this platform is thick. Oga, we are still looking forward to seeing you and Ayo, all of you. Adano, meanwhile, Aji, I welcome you formally, and all the rest, I cannot recall your name right away. I welcome you formally. And our esteemed viewers also, you're welcome. I hope you've clicked the like button, and while at it, you also share and subscribe if you've not done so. And for the eavesdropper, I will not stop preaching to you. Please repent and do the needful. And one man, I didn't follow, but let's start. Yeah, the topic for today, I did not follow. But let's. Have you heard this? Is it rumor? If it's rumor, is it true that Samuel Ekpa will be extradited to Nigeria in July?
It's all over the news, but it's in the alternate news rather than in the mainstream news.
Exactly.
So
that's where I found it actually. So that makes me a little bit skeptical. But well, we will see if they will flesh it up coming to the mainstream media towards the weekend. It will be confirmed, and that will be a sharing news for us in Nigeria, and it will be a lesson also. And also, I think it will drive some fear into the other terrorist group and people who have intentions to do our country harm, to say that we may be slow, but the long reach of Nigeria can touch the four corners of the world, because our forebears, they've sowed a lot of goodwill, and we are a giant of Africa, albeit presently with clay feet. But that clay feet, dry bones will rise again. That's much I have to say about that. For Fubara's presence in London. Yes, Prince Daddy. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello,
You have to be loud, please.
Okay. Can you hear me better? Is it better?
A little bit. Come up a little bit higher.
Okay, let me check this out.
I think people may be sleeping where he is. See, that's usually people.
Okay. Let me see if I can. Okay, you go ahead.
So I was going to say, are you saying that diplomacy is better than kidnapping to resolve international issues? comparing Buhari kidnapping, what do you call it? A guy in
Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu, and Tinubu using diplomacy to get Ekpa back to Nigeria.
Yes, we can contrast that, but between you and I and our listeners, I will not support those using the word kidnapping in Nnamdi Kanu's issue. Rendition. Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned. It may not be popular, or in the eyes of the law may be wrong, but states have used it severally. As far back as the 1950s, they've used it. Israel used it. America has used it. A lot of Arab nations have used it. And a lot of other countries are doing it on the very, very quiet side. So I call that rendition. I think people just use the word rascally and call it kidnap or things like that. I don't subscribe to the use of that word kidnap. It was rendition, yes. But of course, Tinubu has shown some element of sophistication. Maybe if Ekpa was in Togo, you're a smaller country, maybe he would have been tempted to use the same tactics and rendition him to Nigeria. But how dare he does that to Finland? I mean, it's not possible.
But renditioning is sexier than diplomacy anyway. I prefer the rendition. Just suddenly just snatch him from the streets or somewhere and throw him in a prison in Abuja. You know, yes, I think that's sexier than diplomacy.
But I would really love to see him in a dock.
Sure, but if Nnamdi Kanu, my understanding is a British citizen also, isn't that the case?
But Kanu was Nigerian first before being a British.
I didn't know they have a hierarchy for your citizenship. Maybe so.
Yeah. So as far as you carry dual citizenship status, you are subjected to 2 slaps from right and left. No doubt about that. Except if you stuck to one, then that's a different issue entirely. You understand? So, but I want to see him come and for some people to learn lesson, because I'm very sure if Ekpa is in the dock till eternity comes, nobody in Nigeria will lift a finger in his defense. In his defense.
I'm not sure. What about that Senator Abaribe? He will go running and say our son. He will start doing our son, Senator Abaribe.
Well, it's yet to be seen. So let him come first, and he will make Nnamdi look a saint if they stand side by side, because Nnamdi has done so much damage. Quite all right, but Sam Ekpa's own, I mean, that's at another level. You understand? And there are some people like
he was just killing people for fun, wasn't he?
For fun, that's the word. For fun, for kicks, and also making money out of it, serious money out of it. And when it comes, I mean, I'm not a drinking man, but I will crash that day by taking something. You understand? Because he did a lot of bad things to our people in the East. A lot of bad things. And it's still echoing till tomorrow. With that guy, I hope the news is true. I applaud it in advance, woman. So what's the other topic? This Fubara thing. Yes.
Yes, this Fubara thing. Yes.
Yeah. Fubara, that's a clever move. Whoever must have those elders or his mates that must have pushed him and egg him on to go privately to see Tinubu. I'm sure it must have been a big struggle. And these are people who are saying Tinubu is not working. Tinubu is dying in pain. He went there to work. This is part of the work. Fubara has obtained...
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Hey, Tommy.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, but why don't they make it secretly? Must they publicize it?
Look,
what do you think, sir?
Anything that happened is no more secret. It will come out. Fubara didn't come out to acknowledge it, neither the president. But don't forget, somebody opened the main door for him. Somebody must have seen him in England going into that house. You see, wherever Tinubu is, there is a stream, a model stream of spies from all kind of countries that will be around.
I think the meeting happened publicly, and I think they put it out themselves from the sort of pictures coming out.
Okay, I didn't see this. I've not seen it actually, so that's very good if it's public, and I think he has opened Wike with this move. Naturally, he's going to make his own deal, and it will be interesting to see how Wike will, of course, react to this. If Wike is not involved at all, because if Wike is involved, I know maybe he will have visited also. But the outcome of this meeting is going to be a wider meeting between Wike group, the assemblymen, rivers of thoughts, and political leaders of River State, and Fubara himself. And there is speculation that there's likelihood that state of emergency will be lifted before the 6-month expiry dates. So that's going to be interesting. It's going to make his peace. And I know also the president will extract some things from him, some political advantage gains from him also. And towards 2027, of course. And that makes it more interesting.
Do you think it's likely to get the ticket for a second term?
Depending on what he's gone there to do, but I know definitely if he is to deliver River State in company of Wike, or with the in performance with Wike to the president, or shifting to APC, of course he will be a fool not to negotiate himself into second term too. It will be a Paris pursuit kind of thing. Yes, sir.
Do you think Tinubu can woo him to APC?
When he's gone there, okay, my friend, let me ask Tinubu. Okay, welcome, welcome. What can I do for you? Oga, I came. Please, I'm very sorry for everything that has happened. So you know how to dobale now. Come to APC, you didn't come. So what are you going to do about that? And then negotiations will start now. Oga, anything you say, I will do. No problem with that. And there it goes. I didn't say this. I'm just dramatically laying out what might have happened in that this state. So River State is locked. It locked in for 2027. You may not be happy to hear it, but that is a fact. He has negotiated himself back into power. He has negotiated himself, and that's a clever move. That's a very, very clever move. So it's now, because look at what Wike said. Even if after that 6 months, the president now say, okay, I lift it, you go back. The assemblymen would have impeached him, and still nothing will happen. Because a lot of people don't know the intricacies of power play in Niger Delta and what is going on presently. They talk the this Egbesu people. Oh, they will bomb pipeline. They will do. They will not. They will not.
Well, they have a history of doing that, though. Do they not?
Well, man, I will say it. I think it's not. It's not something one cannot say. Have you wondered how Tantita is being paid? why Tantita is invested in the security of the Niger Delta. It's not standing alone. How come Tantita is in control of all the militants, both the Isoko militants, the Chekiri militants, the Edo side of it, and the larger part, Ijo ones? Why do you think? Do you think they pay them cash? No. They pay them through daily allocation of crude oil. That's how they pay them. They pay Tantita, and Tantita distributes to them. Is it wrong? No. It is what is taken from their father's land. They're entitled to it. They're enjoying it in their own way. So can a man spit into the well he's drinking from? No. They can threaten. They may be about 100. One may dissent and want to make noise. The other 99 will descend on him and deal with him appropriately. That is why we are having relative peace in that region, in Niger Delta today. And it is good. They are not giving them cash. Yes, sir.
Can we say Wike is still winning now? Wike still have the upper hand on him.
Wike will always win. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. Wike will always win. Look, we saw somebody bought, who wouldn't like that kind of coddling? Somebody bought you a form, groomed you, campaigned for you against the noises from all established candidates, campaigned for you, stood for you, made you governor single-handedly. You think that kind of person will lose? We saw Fubara always standing behind him, no pimp from him, while the master, of course, campaigns vigorously as if he is going to enthrone himself. So if Wike will always win, Wike will always win. And to me, as far as I'm concerned, as a businessman, a bargain is a bargain. More so when it's written or signed in blood. So Wike will always win. Wike will always win. If not, what he's done is unforgivable. And it's not good that he has retraced his step. It's good that he has retraced his step and become very sober. So right now, he's going to be a good boy. He will do his 8 years. He will deliver the state. He will deliver whatever he wants to deliver to Wike, albeit with moderation, possibly.
He's almost started campaigning for Tinubu even Fubara in some.
He has no choice. Maybe nobody is seeing it, or because they are so disagreeable or being programmed to hate the country, and by extension Tinubu. This man is changing our country. Our country is changing for good. Our country is changing. Change is slow. Change is not easily embraced by mankind. But eventually we'll all fall in line because our country is changing. A lot of things changing. The governors are fighting. The independence of the local government administration has not taken root. It's slow. Why? Because the governors are fighting it. But eventually it is the law and it will take root. It will be administered, whether the governors like it or not, because they are very powerful in their own rights. The new tax regime is coming on board, maybe in the next 2 months. Those earning minimum wage, those operating mini industry, cottage industry, earning of which capital base or this thing annual is not more than 15 million will not be paying taxes. Zero taxes. Our country is changing. We've joined African trade agreement. We will now trade between Africas. We will be weaned from the hegemony of the on the tyranny of the dollar transaction. It's small. Progress is slow, but if it's steady, it is to everybody's advantage. All this knocking our heads on the wall and things like that, you will just get bruised for nothing. This guy has stayed the course to the admiration of world bodies. President flip-flop. Once we shout, they cower. They talk about subsidy. Do we know Obasanjo increased fuel prices 580% in his 8 years in power? Yes, 580%. The increase, I think, in about 4 tranches. It wasn't enough. Jonathan increased just to catch up, not enough. And you are telling me Tinubu should do the same thing? We know the definition of treading the same paths. It is madness. He refused to kick the can down the road and stop the nonsense. Stop the nonsense, instanta. We suffered for it, but we've cruised past the danger point. We are swimming above the tide right now. We've paid all the debt except those that are in dispute. Everything has been paid. The money they printed, we've put it in a different basket entirely. The 30 trillion oversight. We put it in a different basket because that's nonsense. Are they not seeing the construction of the coastal highway, the Sokoto to Badagry? How many people are being employed in that sector? Just imagine. I'm not even talking about the usefulness of those roads, of those highways. Let's leave that. How many people alone has gained employment in that? New universities are being created. People are against it, yes. Oh, we've not done well with those ones that have been created. But we forgot that when these second generation universities were being created, the Edo State University today, the LASU, Lagos State University, Nobanjo, and all that, those are second generation university. They look mushroom then. But today, they've grown into their own. Now we have third generation universities in Nigeria. They are saying, no, but it will grow. They will evolve. They will evolve. Avad we talk about today is over 300 years. Over 300 years. Avad is over 300 years as an institution. Not to talk about the Cambridge, Oxford in England. People always go against things. Yes, they will laugh at you. Those days, you say, which university I'm going to Lagos State, LASU. They would laugh. But today, LASU is a big institution. Accepted. So Tinubu is creating more universities. He has created a commission for Southeast with 25 billion endowment fund. He has created for each of the political zones. These commissions are going to have big money. People will be made to administer. I think Ojus Okaru is in charge of the Southeast Commission with 25 billion to administer. I'm saying this because a lot of people don't know. So hold Ojikalu, if you are a Southeasterner, make sure you pay attention to know how those monies are being disbursed. Please. Please. A lot of us don't know all these things that are going on because we are blinded by those who live on social media, using pre-sale to charge you up, to gaslight you, turning you into robots. Just like the issue of the solar power for Aso Rock. And I call them moment by moment people. All they want every day is something they can be disagreeable to, and they just pounce on it. The next morning they wake up, they are looking for something. But we forgot that we can't think above the fray to say solar, what's solar doing there, and things like that. It's about costs and this thing effect. We're looking out. Let's look at things objectively. I mean, let's make common sense common. A lot of things going on. A lot of things. And why I'm a follower of this president? I'm not an APC person who will never carry any political card, but I like strong-willed people. I like strong-willed people. I don't like flip-floppers. I don't like people who cow at the sound of protest. This man has stayed the course, and that's why the world is paying attention to him with admiration, because it takes balls to do this. And I'm not surprised he's delivering. His Nien doesn't look it. He looks dull. He looks weak. He's slow in movement. That's why we call him Igni. But inside that dull package you're looking in lies strength of steel. Strength of steel, a platinum strength he has in him. He doesn't cow. And that shows he knows where he is going. He knows where he's going, even though it has attendant risk here and there. But he's sure-footed. And I'm sure he would deliver. So a lot of things are going on. And people are sabotaging it. Look at what is happening with the student loan thing. Universities, authorities, collaborating with their banks or their bankers to dupe students. Haba, Nigerian. And they are not seeing it on the social media. That threats they reserve for people like me and Reno Mokri, they are not applying it to such universities and their bankers. That why are you doing this to our students? The government approved money to be paid, and you'll be hassling the students and threatening to get them off campus because their tuition has not been paid. Meanwhile, 3 months earlier, government has credited your accounts. They are working to make sure that is no more, that's not possible anymore. They will give each student notification a kind of ticket to say you are cleared of any debts. So once your registrar comes and spew nonsense, slap him in the face with the paper. Slap him in the face with the paper. So also we talk about security. Now, Alia is saying different thing. I listened to the spokesperson of Mufwang in Benue saying this different thing. That one said the people who survive the attack in their own space, they speak Fulani language. Alia is saying that the people who attack Plateau, I don't know which is Plateau, which is Alia, Plateau, or Benue. I don't know, but I'm just carrying them. The one in Plateau said no, they are foreigners. Whether they are Fulani, so whether they are foreigners, so we shouldn't, as Nigerians, be encouraging it because we do not like who is sitting in Aso Rock. a threat to a section of the country, is a threat to all of us. That is why I love the Marines in America. They fight as one. That is their strength. And by extension, Americans themselves. Look at what happened when Bush declared the war. Even though Americans don't buy it, but they all supported him because they will not live to see a defeated America. We must not live to see a defeated Nigeria. Nigeria is under attack, not Tinubu. No, get it. Nigeria is under attack by external forces. And if it's even internal forces, then those ones internally, we have to not just stop them, we destroy them. We have to destroy them. Because when I look at, foolishly, Article 2 was putting it at the doorstep of Tinubu, and I'm scoring cheap political points. I'm looking at him. Because you think you want to become president. It's not written in his stars. I don't need to be a babalawo or a marabu to know it's not written in your stars. You have contested about 6 times and failed. Who told you the 7th time will open the door for you? The door is shut for you. Only God knows the kind of evil you can do to our country. So it's not a Tinubu thing. It is about us. If we allow ourselves to be conquered, it may not be, you think the thing has not come to your state or your doorstep down south. You are very far away from it. But it doesn't happen in a day. Conquest doesn't happen overnight. Inch by inch, you'll be taking territories. And eventually it comes to you. You think you can stand it. They've grown wings by then. These people who want to destroy us. So it has to be us against them. We fight as one. When we finish them, we can come back and start our own backyard fight. Here, cat and mouse, Tom and Jerry fight. We can come back to that. We will always fight as brothers and sisters, whether we like it or not. But once one of us is under attack, we should all wear the battle armor and destroy that force so that it doesn't get to us. In fighting by the side of our brothers, we are fighting for our own lives too. We are fighting for our own lives too. That is the plain truth. So we cannot be clever by half. So that is it, one man. So what other topic? If there are any, or Thomas can come in, please.
Yeah, Thomas can come in, but the IMF is saying that the Nigerian economy is positioned to withstand external pressures, which is a testament to all of the repositioning of the economy by Cardoso, especially Warri, and of course Tinubu.
Yeah, of course, we have a problem right now, but then we can solve it easily because, one, oil prices today, I think Brent is just hovering around 60, 61 today, and our budget.
Maybe if the Israelis go and attack Iran as they are promising, maybe that'll be a real boon for.
Yeah. So, but then it's like, okay, this thing has gone down. So what can I do? If I produce more oil and sell more, I will be able to get more money to add. That's one of the things the president is trying to do, because they are pacified, because there is something they've adopted now. There are old wells abandoned for many, many years by Shell Ajip and all the rest. Settlers have taken the ones in Ondo waters. Then there are some waters in is it Belema also. That Fubara man coming, what is his name now? Seraigbe, his people, they have some wells abandoned there now. He is chopping. Those wells are being now allocated to local oil companies to start to tap them.
What are you making of the international oil spaces divested from Nigeria, though?
They are not they are not divesting. They are going into deep waters where they will even be doing us more harm. Shell is there, Ajip is there. They are all in deep waters or even ultra deep waters. It is convenient for them because everything they are taking there from, the man we've appointed, the custom man, the man from NUPRC are there, all the regulators. Those small men you consider small men will be suffering the weather and be making money to take account. How much did you pump today? Where is what is in your SOP, this thing, the oil reserve tank? What do you put there? And things like that. They will be making money. They've dodged out of it. But luckily enough, our own men, they've made enough money through oil, through subsidy, that they are capable, more than capable, to take over their operations. We are not lacking in takers. No oil field is fallow. We are discovering new blends every day. The Utape and there is this is it Obosi field. They are opening with new blend, ultralight oil, sweet crude. That all you have to do is just cook a small pot and pour them in. They become products. You don't have to heat them, or you don't have to overheat them and then or blend them with another crude to be able to get something commercial and from which you can make profit. That's how rich our oil fields are. So those are the oil fields they are opening. The Ogoni one, they've given them a university. Fubara has graciously given them River State campus in Ogoni land to start to be the start of that university in that territory. A university comes with its own economy. They should get more. I'm not saying they should not demand more or get more. They should. It is their right. It is their land. It is their land. They should get more. Ask for more. They should get more while Nigeria is enjoying also from their territory. Rightfully so. So we are not lacking in anything as far as the president is astute. So the price may come down, but by volume of what we get every day will cover up. That is one aspect. The second aspect is when the tax regime comes on and we are holding the corporate bodies to putting their feet to the fire, tax fire, they will be paying more or what is appropriate. I mean, look at how much the banks are declaring as profit. Even our Mr. Peter Obi's bank declared 300 and something billion. He has never declared that kind of profit before. Fideli, sorry, I don't want to mention the name of they have not declared. So they are making money. So if they ordinarily, from that 300 and something, for instance, that bank declared.
Well, was it not Reno Mokri that was saying even Peter Obi has gotten significantly richer under this?
So he will pay us, give us like 100 billion out of it. It's something. So there is a lot of leeway for the president to use as for stopgap measure until the world is able to define how now to operate under Trump's regime. Because whether we like it or not, when America sneezes, the world will catch cold. Over 60% of the world trade is denominated in USD. Everything from the International Bank for Settlement in Basel in Switzerland goes through, it's all about the American dollar transactions. So America is the almighty. But if we now settle down to it, whatever Trumps want to do with us for 4 years, and we know how to work on it, they're fine for everybody. That's why I call it a new world economic order. Whether we like it or not, it's what is happening. Nothing lasts forever. There's a new order now. Those that are very quick to look at opportunities are the ones now making stride, while others are kicking.
Have we not actually seen the beginnings of the end of the American hegemony?
I don't think so. In my own reckoning, look, there is this thing, whether we like it or not, America cannot compete with China in manufacturing. Nah, China is gone. China is gone very, very far. You cannot. Even skilled labor in China alone. China is over 1 billion people. America is still under 350 million. So if America has skilled labor, it's still very small compared to skilled labor of China. And China's labor is not expensive, not highly regulated like that of a democracy like USA. So there is no way, no country, not even almighty America, can compete in manufacturing with China. China will always be up there, and China has options. China has options. They can deal with everybody. Look at even your surroundings. Look at your gadgetry. Look at the label. If they are all not 100% made in China, at least the 90% of the gadgetry you have in front of you as we speak, they are all made in China. So how do you want to compete with that kind of people? It's not possible. So America will find a way somehow and fine-tune it so that they can always remain above everybody. Look at even the internet protocol, this thing. Yeah, America owns it. For every call you make in wherever you are in the world, you think you are just paying to MTN in Nigeria. America has its own commission because they own the protocol. They own WhatsApp, they own all these things we enjoy.
The Indians own WhatsApp. It belongs to an Indian, though. I don't think it's a.
You mean WhatsApp?
Yeah.
WhatsApp belongs to India. Who is that Indian? Is he not carrying Is he not carrying an American? Wait, is he not carrying an American passport?
Let me check.
Check. If he's an Indian, check his passport. So these are the things. America will always be up there, and that is their strong suit. So they should always wear it with pride.
It looks as though it's been bought by Facebook now, but
okay, yeah.
By my recollection, it used to belong to an Indian.
I know. I didn't want to argue with you. I know Zuckerberg bought it for 17 billion or so, long time way back, and so many things. Even TikTok. Now they are twisting the arm of TikTok, and I think the Amazon guy is the person that, of course, is designated to buy it up. So if Amazon pick up TikTok, and what else? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sorry, Baba. Let me go to bed. I think Ola is here now. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'm not quite sure how much traction you have left on the. So Ola, are you there? Can you bring it home? I think it's just you, Baba, Thomas Papley there. Ola.
Okay, I'll be relieved to have Ola around. Ola, are you there?
I did.
Oh yeah, carry on from me. My throat is dry. I beg.
Yeah, Ola. Jeba lo should cover me short it out to me Robea.
mi ò mà lè jẹ́ ká wá lù mí báyìí tí bá sọ̀rọ̀.
You win your epic battle with Mike.
Honestly, I want to go and put more microphones. I want to go and put more microphones in my mouth.
Actually, let me play you this clip. You know, when I was watching it back, let me play you this clip. Remember when we were explaining to him that Bala Mohammed said Nigeria belongs to the Fulani, that every Fulani is a Nigerian, and he couldn't quite grasp that. And this is what the guy said.
In the tradition of the Fulani man that attracts the pressure from all over the
If I understand it, does that mean that those Fulani men who are maybe domiciled in other countries who move around, they can come into the country and this plan will accommodate them as well?
Yes, that's what we want to do.
Why should federal government use resources for this country to accommodate Fulani men who are not Nigerians?
You see, as I said, we are already accommodating them. Do you delineate and then really know who is not a Fulani man from Nigeria? They are all Nigerians because I said their identity, their own citizenship is Nigerian, even though we have relations all over the world, all over Africa. And so, presumably they are Nigerians. I think you get me. That is the misunderstanding. They move from one place to the other, and they have relations, kith and kins in all the parts of the country, and even outside the country. So that is why our own population is fluid. We can certainly not say this is the population of Nigeria, of course.
So there it is, right? That was what it said now. Our population is fluid. Every Fulani man is a Nigerian. That from the Sahel, that's why they can come from Chad and be slaughtering us in Benue. You know,
not even not going here.
You know, one thing I've come to like.
He just couldn't get it. He didn't understand the space, and he just kept on arguing. I couldn't quite believe it.
Yeah, no, we are unfortunately we have so many people that don't really understand that because
you know one thing I've noticed, Ola. You know, I thought when we gather here, we try to involve a conversation and develop a topic, but it looks as though some people actually, maybe even you sometimes, they come in to argue to win rather than to develop a conversation. You know. I think some people think we're picking winners here. They want to win. They are an argument rather than develop a.
No, in reality, when I come out, it's not for me to come out and win, but it's only that when I feel that.
But Mike especially, he thinks it's a battle he thinks we're picking winners. You know, he wants to win.
No, I know. You know, for someone that. You know, I had to, he pushed me to the limit that day that I just had to tell the story of his life that a kid that they were telling me. I had to tell you because he pushed me to the point of telling me that a kid that graduated to 2016, you were in my field. The same field that I've been practicing since 2007. I did electrical up to 2003 before I moved to IT. And someone is telling me that I have low IQ, that he can't understand the type of school I went. I have to call his school to him that, okay, you that went to one unknown state university, I sorry to use that word because I can't really say it's just a form of arrogance, but he pushed me that day. That's okay. You went to one kind of middle rated university, and you are now telling me that I'm low intelligence. Say, you that cannot even get into. Maybe I even overrated him that you cannot even get into PhD class, and you are telling someone that is low intelligence. So there is some kind of argument when you argue, you have to show some kind of respect. Even though if you have some kind of affiliation, now as I say, if you have something to do with Fulani people, you recuse yourself. You don't have to argue and try.
No, I don't think he especially care for them. I think Pansat is a bit like that too. There are certain type of people that they are contrarians. They they feel that they have to take a contrary view to the what seems to be the consensus view, because then that will maintain their steez or whatever, you know. It's just a contrarian. He likes to go the opposite way.
No,
To show that
you know,
it's not,
sometimes you can
just to show that it's
argue.
not group thinking or whatever.
You can have hot argument without insulting people. You know, he is the first person that insulted me on this platform. And as a matter of fact, because of him, I decided that, okay, anybody that insulted me, I will go march for march, no more gentleman. I did gentleman for 3 years. And since that time, I said, no more gentleman. I will behave like Ido, this guy, Frank Edo, where they want to become a millionaire. Say, look, if someone insulted you, don't just accept it, because over time the thing may be getting to you. Just hit that person back too. Fire for fire. Never allow anybody to get away with any insult. If anybody insults you, find even a heavier measure, give back to that person. Tell the person the story of his life. You know, like while he was telling me here, so I said, you forgot that you have a public profile. So when you have a public profile, you have to be very careful how you just come out. Some of us that we are saying, okay, we are not revealing ourselves publicly. We know exactly why we say so. You understand? They are not telling me. I've seen people fired after getting involved in rough fight here in Canada. Even playing at one of the stadium there, one guy just go and utter a statement, and the guy was caught on camera. On Monday, he was fired already. So it's when you have a public when you are able to show your face and you have a public profile, just be careful of what you just come here and say. You can't be telling me that you're a corporate person, that you have everything, and the first thing when you have a contrary opinion, the next thing is to insult. Abba. So even if you're a kid learns from the elders too. So because you have to learn before you become an elder, and you will now pass whatever you learn to others that are coming after you too. So to me, the era of gentleman is good. As a matter of fact, I will even add Ekpa. Anybody that step with this, I will add Ekpa. I will be giving them a.
Okay, you have to think about the platform now and how people perceive us. But
I know
he's not here to defend himself anyway. So
no, of course yes, of course yes. So that's why I won't go too far.
Yeah.
So no, it's not limited to him only. I'm saying anybody. It doesn't matter. Anybody that tried to say you want to get at me, I will just measure. Because if you want to argue, come here and put a plain argument. Let us argue. We were talking of something serious, like even a friend of mine, Simba, that we discussed very well. When he was saying things and they say, oh, some Southerners are doing this, I say, there you go. When we are talking of something serious, even the Fulani elders, they are saying the bandits, most of the people, most bandits.
And the Fulani themselves, they acknowledge that they have a banditry problem now. The Sultan speaks, so I'm not quite sure why anybody should deny it on their behalf.
So because you know why I didn't bring that in here, just because I see the one that Shehu Sonny was talking about. So just because of the statement there, maybe the station can be flagged. That's why I don't play all those things. Because anybody that want to see this video, they can go online. If a Shehu Sonny cannot know his people, if Masari, that was the Speaker of the House, number 4th man, and later the governor, if you are saying he doesn't know Fulani, himself is a Fulani. So if a Yoruba man will know Fulani more than Fulani, okay, I don't have anything to say. If you are telling me that an army chief cannot know a security, top security man in Nigeria, if you are telling me that he doesn't know Fulani, if you are telling me that the like of Danjuma doesn't know Fulani, if you are telling me that the people like Akeredolu of blessed memory, if you are telling me that he doesn't know Fulani, I don't know what to say. Because things is this, when some people will be captured, when some people, I mean, like tribe or group of people will be captured, it's just going to be because people like we can call that the people like Mole, or maybe people like say that we say on a lie, and all those people that want to change narrative. That's the kind of people that will make them conquer. If Yoruba as a tribe or as a nation, we had some kind of running battle, war against these people we are talking about. We know how Oyo was destabilized before they relocated to another place. We know what happened at what they call Ogun Galumi, when all those Fulani people, when they wanted to when they were part of those people that wanted to capture Ibadan. So this thing has always been part of our history. We know the history of these people we are talking about. And the current one we are talking about, all these current menace in the country, I'm sorry to say, APC are one of the major architects. APC members, they are major architects because they were the one that brought foreign Fulanis in attempt to force Jonathan out of power. That is how dangerous and how deadly our politician can be. That's why sometimes when we over support them, sometimes I cringe, because yeah, we can support whosoever we like, but based on policy, not based on just because I like A. I'm not supporting Tinubu because I like Tinubu. I'm just supporting Tinubu just because of what he did in Lagos and what I believe he can do. I supported Obasanjo based on what he, not just because I like him, but based on what he achieved. So now, when I talk of, when people are saying, "Oh, I don't like Buhari," I ask people to tell me if Buhari is the only northern president. How come I like Tafawa Balewa of blessed memory, and even Amadu Bello of blessed memory? Because why is it that I like these people the way?
Why not like Shagari?
No, Shagari. You know, when I was still young, my papa.
Ola, let me bail out. You can shut it down. I'm not quite sure if you have much left in it, the session.
Maybe some Jamal will soon come later. Yeah,
maybe because we don't seem to have a panel. But the super chatter is yourself, Ola. So the super chatter of the day is Ola. So that's Ola right there. So well done, Ola. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hey, one man. Have a restful night, please.
Permission to fall out, as they say in the army.
Fall out. Sean.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. See you.
So the thing is, I like Shagari. It's not while I was growing up, you know, my papa used to give me the same cloth, you know, all this why the way he used to dress, and we used to wear Shagari cap. So I have nothing against Shagari. Yeah, the only person I have anything against is Warri, and I'll be consistent about that. But you know, I once said it that what people said against Tafawa Balewa, honestly, it was so disgusting when someone told us that he drank 27 cups of tea. You know, I know how I stood.
That's not true. I don't think so.
I say, even exactly, if that person said Narakumi,
how long did the meeting last that he has to sip 27 cups of this tea?
Exactly.
It's exaggeration.
Exactly. So to me, the way that country is going, I think we need to be intentional for us to rescue our country. But if we still want to do political correctness, honestly, we are going nowhere. We are going nowhere. And that's one of the things that I'm still wondering, was this delay? Was the delay about this state policing? 2027 that we are campaigning for Tinubu. Personally, I'm not.
No, for the Ola, sorry to interject you. For the police, this thing, it's the legal framework that the National Assembly will start working on as soon as they resume. You know, the legal framework is the most important leg of that policy, but that it will happen is that's a far gone conclusion. So it's just the legal framework remaining, and then it will take off. Even I'll tell you for free that already Lagos state government already has a design of what our policemen will look like. It's beautiful. Very, very beautiful.
Okay.
It's going to be gray on top and deep blue, navy blue down.
Okay. So, but that structure, how will it be? Because one particular thing about the concern that people are be raising is that, okay, when we have that police, I know for sure they don't need to tell me that they will abuse. Even the police themselves, they will use the opportunity to abuse the people, you know. But how are they going to make sure that what's the framework like in terms of monitoring? How are they intend to monitor them?
Yeah, that's why people who are steep in that, who have the knowledge, will sit down and help the National Assembly to fix it, because we need real tight legal framework. Because we will have federal police and we will have state police. After all, even in those days, we have state police, we have federal police, and we even have local government police, if you remember very well. So it worked, and then they abused it terribly. We cannot discount that, but can we, because of that, then refuse to do it for its greater good? We have to weigh it side by side, which is more, the evil or the benefits. So if the benefit is more than the evil, then we are good to go, and then we work on how to curtail that evil into non-existence. And then that's just it. I'm afraid too. I support it fully, but like every other thing, when it's now about to happen, you want to do a rethink. But you can't take a step, a foot backward. You just dig in and go ahead full steam and do it, and then you manage it as you go along. It's not going to be a perfect thing. It's not going to be perfect. Even in here, universities, I mean, they have their own police. They have their own police. They patrol their territories. So
No, for sure, I know it's not going to be perfect, but like the thing is, if there is a way we can take these guys out of the governor's control, because like we've tested the governor we had since 1999. They are a special breed of governor that I can tell you for free that if we have had this governor in the 70s, honestly, Nigeria will not even be up to quarter where we are today, because those guys are just power drunk. And see, someone can be power drunk to the benefit of the people, but when you are power drunk and to the detriment of the people, is another thing. So, for example, now if you have a dictator in China now, like everybody, I want to some extent, every Chinese man will be proud of where they are today because of the type of dictator they have. But if we have the type of dictator that the aim is to destroy and to weaken us as a country, that's where the problem is. So what I'm saying in essence is this, because I've always been an advocate of putting this police under the Ministry of Justice. But then I know there are some irresponsible legal practitioners too, but then I'm still comfortable because that's kind of institution. Even not only that, if you can find a way that you have some people that I don't just know, I'm just thinking to think out of the box, that in such a way that go okay, like even tactically, the city will live, at least the one I live. One will say, okay, the mayor of the city can control the police, but the mayor of the city cannot tell the police to go and do wrong thing. The police will not even listen. They will not even listen. So I remember the last time that this Nigerian guy that was the Minister of Justice for Abata, he just picked phone and he was caught using phone around their playground. They gave him tickets, and he went ahead to say, okay, I hope you didn't do this because I'm black. The next thing, they just remove him from that position. That cannot happen in Nigeria as of today. So we just because if Tinubu is not putting state police in 2007, and everybody is like saying 2027 is guaranteed for Tinubu. For me, I'm not I don't take that. Anything Tinubu want to do now, do it during this your first time. Don't be like Jonathan, that you had a brilliant idea, you gather people for conference, and you did not implement anything out of that place. And these crooks that joined APC then, they just brought militia or the militant to our countries that are creating problem for us now. So I don't take, knowing what happened in that 2014, 2015, I don't trust any politician. Even though I know that Tinubu is a madman versus another madman politicians too. I know. But then, wherever two elephants fight or show strength against each other, the grass there will be the one that we suffer, will be the victim. So personally, whatever Tinubu want to do now, let him do it.
Simba. What I see, Ola, about that this thing, I think they will strengthen the federal police service. If they strengthen it enough in man, weapons, and resources, they will still operate in every state. Somehow. And then the state police also will be operating. So it's an experiment, and it's what's bringing to life. Because as it stands now, the federal might itself cannot adequately police Nigeria. The population is huge. And of course, the demography too. So I think we shouldn't fear. Gradually, a governor cannot use more than 8 years. He will go. And of course, a lot of mechanism will be put in place. I think a lot of things are coming, and it looks like a crowded field already, because the census also is coming. The youth convention is also coming. And I mean, that's a really crowded field in terms of reform. But these are things that we're supposed to have been done since yesterday. So we cannot leave it further. We have to do everything side by side. Even the correctional units service too, it's not necessarily has to be a federal thing. It has to be devolved to the state totally. Let every state run their own prison services. Let the federal also have their own prison facilities. Maybe if there are right enough issues on the plate of every governor, they will sit up and stop being wasteful. Because I heard yesterday, for instance, I think it was Mufwang, I can't pronounce that governor's name, Mufwang, that every month he receives about ₦1 billion. ₦1 billion as security votes. You know what he does? He will give to DSS maybe 20 million, give police 20 million, give civil service. I mean,
Baba, good morning,
yes, sir. Hey, my doctor, how are you there?
Fine. Olabuni.
Daniel Baba.
Yeah. Hey, Simba.
It's like I mean, Thomas is not on ground. If you listen to the interview granted by Buala in response to what that Tunde Bakari's speech, he said it. He said some of them.
Oh dear. Hey, Simba.
Simba, you don't do
okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, he said that some of the governors get as much as 3 billion every month as security vote. That some of them will just give the security agents 20 million, 10 million, and give police 20 million, and that's what they do with
and pocket the rest, because it's free money actually. It's free money.
I think the major problem that we have in Nigeria is not even the politician. I think we don't have a good population that have the knowledge about governance. Everybody is, they neglected every other politician. The only person that would normally face in Nigeria is the president. Whatever happens, even if they cannot sleep with their wife, they will say it's the president that caused it. No, that is it. And whatever criticism that we have is not born out of the love for that country. It's just about hatred for that person, that okay, we don't like this person, whatever it does, we cannot actually appreciate it. We just want this person. And that is that anger that would normally develop. We never allow us to choose a better person. We always choose a wrong person because, okay, look at it this way. Okay, we don't want Tinubu. Fine. He's not doing well. Okay. Now, we want to put an Atiku or you put an Obi. Is that the solution to the problem? Out of anger, you want to choose a worse candidate. And that is why we've been getting it wrong. Every electionary year, we get it wrong. Because we are not choosing wisely. We choose out of hatred. We choose out of anger. That is our problem. If you really want to change that country, if you want to remove Tinubu, fine. He's not my father. It's not, you can remove him. But for who? For who? The person that will perform worse than him? If you look at that interview granted by this PDP guy, this Ogun guy, what is his name, sir?
Okay, Otumba Show-me
said it. He said the guy could not condemn Tinubu completely. He said, the guy, I can see some things that the guy is doing, but if we say we want to replace him, he said, among who? Who are the better candidates among the people that are contesting with him? He said it. He even mentioned Atiku. In fact, Shegun called him Atiku man. He said he's no longer an Atiku man. So I think that is we the citizens, we are the problem of that country.
I agree with you. We are really the problem because we don't put our heads down and think ahead. It's just that's why I always refer to us as moment by moment people. Anything we just see now, we just lash onto it. We wake up the next morning, we are also searching for what is happening, and that, I mean, you can run a country that way. A country cannot evolve that way. A country cannot progress that way. We have to really put down our heads and look.
Baba,
exactly.
I think I've said, maybe you've not had this. A colleagues of mine came to me and said the guy is from the east. He said the only thing that I'll be promoting is something that will destabilize that country. He said it openly to me like this. So if you now see those kind of people on the social media, what do you think will be their agenda? You see Nigerians freely, the only thing they be looking for is negative news everywhere. Okay, there's killing here, there's this thing here. You wonder, why are they taking joy in that kind of thing? When they see a good news, they will show a lot of resistance to it. That I know it's not true. It can never be true. It's a lie. It's a propaganda.
I know, no, Simba. I even, you see, bad news, even talking about bad news is not an issue if you are not politicizing, because when you see insecurity and you politicize, it just shows the level of your humanity, because you put yourself in a position, or you put that maybe something happens to one of your loved ones, and let's see now whether you will now immediately start blaming the president or you start politicizing. When we have insecurity, it's supposed to be a matter for security, for all of us to show our anger and direct our anger appropriately. You know? So, to me, the people we have now, we are not politically, the awareness, the level of political, because for those of us, you know, yeah, I was young, I was a poor guy in late 70s, but then, you know, a kid that normally loved to listen to his parents, you be listening. I didn't really understand what they were saying. You know, a kid of Beboru, you know, just Beboru. The next, everybody be shouting up, "Awo, me too," without knowing why they were even shouting up, "Awo." Gradually, I just became politically enlightened. By the time they were doing that in 1983, I started knowing some things. When they mentioned some popular name like Bayewa and Kodata, Majasi, all those Omobori, Odu, Omobori, when they were saying all those things, by the time some of us grew up already, we don't become political. We were entrenched within the political system already. We could say this and that. You understand? To the point of even getting to school, to even getting involved in small politics. But since that 1999, the type of politics they brought to us, people believe that these governors, whatever they are doing, that is normal. I could tell you categorically that time, yeah, people were like, oh, Shagari was the same. But we focus more on Adekunle Ajasin than whatever, because that time we can see his legacy. Naingo bring all those books they use, everything. So the focus was more even on those people and our local governments, because local governments, to the best I remember, they were the one paying primary school teachers. Now, all those health center, they were the one. But I still remember up to when the military administrator came that time, we used to have one retired captain, Dayo Kondo, then in our local government then. You understand? That we say, oh, all those things. Because those are the people that we knew. Nobody will be saying, okay, let us go and meet one Bamidele Otiko or one this guy when he came there. No, you face your local government so that you have that power devolved in such a way that
if you mention local government, the person that made the local government to stop paying the teachers is the person that started the primary basic. What does he call it?
Universal basic education. UP was MPN, right? UPN, the basic primary education. That's the Obasanjo.
It was one that not yes, through that. He was not the one. I think he put down one under the presidency, so he now make federal, and that is why you see states. What baffles me is that the kind of politician that we have now. If you go to Oyo, I don't know what happened in the old Ondo state, but if the old Oyo state, which now comprises Osun and Oyo now, you cannot see any new secondary school being established. The last set of secondary schools and primary school established were by Bolage in between 1979 and 1983. That's all.
Very correct.
And even those ones now, they did not even improve on them. They did not improve on them. And that is what I can say that the military has done to us. Those eras of military, it's just sharing money, just give guys opportunity to take whatever they want to do. And that is why when this so-called elderly man from Lagos, when he asked, I don't know where he got this, is on his road to Damascus, repentant that is not doing and said he's the one saying the truth. But they judge.
Leave that a mommy. I beg.
You know that about the judge.
He's just lamenting. He's becoming a disgrace now. Honestly, when I see him, he's repeating himself every day, the same thing. Sermon, Baba this, Baba that, and I mean, I just look at it this morning. Even I was like, boy, rest. Carry on,
Baba, you will say all this now and go away with it because one, even the people that knows, because we are nobody's interested in the program. Okay, you want to tell me that somebody like Abati that is interviewing him doesn't know the kind of person that body judge is? Why can't he give it to him and say, Baba, but you, when you were there, what did you do?
No, they were the same party, man. They are in the same party.
You understand? And that is the kind of thing that we get. Then the younger ones, they don't even care to know. They don't want to know. The only thing that whatever they say is not appealing to their sentiment. It's just rubbish. How could we be listening to somebody like Bode George, ex-convict? And he'll come and say, I'm old now. And we have to say the truth. Which truth is in your mouth? Whatever you have today, come and tell us how you acquire those wealth.
you know, you know that body judge you said, you know, although I would say, man, they shouldn't be. Any military man, especially in the 80s, to be honest, they shouldn't even be talking. The one in the 70s, they can still talk, but the one in the 80s,
he was a governor in Ondo State.
It was actually his wife. His wife went to slap one wife of the judges in the Ondo State that time. That woman had to just slap that wife back then. So, but well, to the best of my knowledge, at least let me just give him that credit. I think he didn't do anything because it was, but that was not a moral.
He didn't do anything. Where? What do you mean by he didn't do anything?
But to the best of my knowledge, it's like the wife did. It's like they didn't do anything to that woman. The woman is like it slapped.
What like can you point to when he was the governor of your state? Because you are in that state that time, you are under him in Ondo State that time. What can you point to that this is what the man
said
did?
It destroy. Yeah, are you kidding me? I said anybody, any governor that led a state, I will not even let that ruled a state in between 1983, December 1983, and up to 1999, they shouldn't talk. Because why am I saying this? Now, it's on record that this governor, they destroy Odua investment, because Odua investment was one of the pillars of that place. Fashola farm when you know how the madness can be, to the extent that some will want to celebrate party. I will just go and pick the bull they were using to conspire. I just because he wanted to do party. They destroyed that farm. Oluwa Glass, Ibokoda. What happened? They finished them.
Those are the ones that you know in your state now. What about the other ones that spread in other states? That's the you are only telling me about.
You know how many abandoned projects? I know it's cut across. It's cut across. You know sometimes.
What about Igbeti? What about Igbeti? Marble this thing. What about Ekpetu Modu? What's in that Ekpetu Modu now? A lot of things have really gone bad.
Or when a dam that was supposed to be for irrigation around Ondo State, then so that we
look, the advantage they take is that Nigerians have short memory. Nigerians have short memory, and our young ones today.
Nigeria during your time,
the people that we have now,
aware. The political awareness during your time is more than now.
But Ola, let me tell you this: the people that you see on the social media, even let me tell you, even people in our age group, how many of them? Yes, how many of them are even politically enlightened? And they will come and they will just be blabbing and they will ignorance.
Simba, do you know the irony of it now? When you talk, you cannot even believe your eyes that people will telling that. Look at what that guy in Burkina Faso is doing. He's doing it wonderfully, which is a lot of propaganda. I just wonder. Sometimes I just laugh. If you ever live in that country when the military rule are ruling you.
Burkina Faso, that their GDP is 50 billion.
Not even up to Ondo.
They should relocate. Anybody who wish to go to Burkina, they should relocate now. I think they can grant them.
Even that's your body judge you are
part
talking
of West
about.
Africa.
No. You are talking about Burkina. Have you forgotten when they were hailing Malay in Argentina? They were hailing Malay in Argentina, but where is Argentina today? That were in the same trouble.
They can hate anything to the detriment of their country.
You say what? Wait, Simba, wait.
Argentina is not doing badly.
It's not doing badly. You don't know what is current.
Listen.
Wait. I will. Yes. How much are they owing now? How much were they owing in 2023?
120 something years recession. Yes, some people he has to downsize.
No. I'm talking of now.
That's what I'm saying.
It's you that don't know what is going on. How much is he owing today? How much is the foreign exchange? How much is the income per capita? And how much are they asking for now?
With you.
That is where I disagree with you, because I'm current. You are not current.
You see somebody I heard the politician say Zimbabwe is doing better than Nigeria.
Anyway,
Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe that you can use 1 million whatever to.
I said
it's not even enough to
Argentina.
buy
I didn't
bread.
say Zimbabwe.
Let me give you their debt profile between 2023
It's
when Mele
about
took over.
500 billion now. They have about $500 billion debt
I
profile.
am telling you that the man has it was worse than that before.
No,
that is
no.
what I'm telling you. If you have been following the collapse of Argentina, Argentina was one of the thriving economy.
You are taking us back. We are talking today. What has happened in the last 24 months? We are going back to when them and Mexico were owing almost how many billion?
We are not
2 years we are talking. Take 2 years. Don't go back.
They collapsed, and it was so bad.
Okay, they are doing well. Yes, let's forget about it.
The man has brought it at least to an extent. It's not perfect, but he has done so much to cut that economy. It was worse than that, and that was why he won the election in the first place.
He has performed before he even won the election. Now, what are you saying? Remy, I thought you want to say something
This
before.
is the topic for today. You know why I want to ask you?
What I want to say is this. What I want to say is this. It's so low that an average Nigeria is comparing a military dictator in Burkina Faso, telling us that Burkina Faso is better than Nigeria. Sometimes most Nigerians, they don't even look at, even our progress might be slow, but what we have done in 36 states all over the years, we should appreciate what we have.
Okay, let me tell you how.
No, let me finish, madam. If you see other African countries, the way sometimes jealous and wish their country is better. If you see other African countries, the way they are suffering, and you Nigerians, you said you are suffering when you throw your parties, when you drive your big cars, when people without nothing come to some bigger city and they become somebody. Opportunity in Nigeria. There are some states in Nigeria that even if you go there, you might be lucky to become somebody. That is why you see strong and stronger people moving to Lagos, moving to Port Harcourt, moving to maybe probably Kano in the north or Kaduna, I don't know, where there are nobody. I've listened to a lot of these content creators. Some of them, like that Nedu, they were all in the north before, and they moved to Lagos, and today they are multimillionaires. So they don't have that kind of opportunity in their own country. But when you see a lot of Nigeria on online demarketing their country unnecessarily, you are not demarketing your country. Most time, it is Nigerian followership that are even bad than even the leadership. Because when you're going to demarket your country, you are demarketing yourself. That is why the more
Remy, that is why that guy from Sierra Leone can have the guts to come on this platform and be telling us that we don't have
it's because of what we have done to ourselves.
Sierra Leone, that all their youth have been embroiled in drug.
Yes.
Sierra Leone, where I don't even know where did they and we allow him. Everybody just okay. He can.
Let me tell you why it is like that.
So let me conclude quickly. I just want to answer somebody in the comments quickly. Said to me, why don't you go back to Nigeria? That is why most time you guys, you are not saying the truth. Do you think I don't go to Nigeria often? Do you think I just stay in abroad all my life? Do you think I don't have investment in Nigeria? Do you think I don't help in Nigeria? You just come here and talk rubbish or write statement like that. And if they ask you to come to
be responding to somebody on
okay, sorry for that. I think it's just I apologize for that. I don't really mean to. Okay, I apologize. Let's move on. I apologize for that.
No. I'm adding to what you are saying. There's nothing to apologize about. See, guys.
Because sometimes you just think, blah, blah, blah. The next thing, why don't you go to Nigeria? It doesn't matter that every of us should be in Nigeria.
So if you are not in Nigeria, you should badmouth Nigeria. Or if you're in Nigeria, you should badmouth Nigeria. Is that what the person is saying?
Is that what they're saying? I'm trying to say that we should stop badmouthing.
No, what he's saying that you are not badmouthing Nigeria because you are not in Nigeria. You are not feeling what they are feeling.
So you didn't live in Nigeria before.
Like I never lived in Nigeria.
What guys don't know is this. There's nowhere in the world that is easy. You know,
Yes.
like now, a person like me now, I slept like around 4 a.m. and I'm still here now, and we still be awake up to 12 o'clock. You understand? If it is that easy, I'm supposed to be sleeping completely 8 hours every day, right?
I'd like to even add to what you just said.
So,
in fact, the pressure and the stress of living in abroad for you to meet all your financial,
that is exactly where I'm going
it's
to.
even more worse than Nigeria.
And we are
you
here.
walk out to your tail.
I even supporting people back home. Ekene, if you are there, now today be today. I have your time today. I want you to come. That was why when Ekene was telling me the other time that it was contributing to the economy of Nigeria more than people in overseas, I said, oh my goodness, how convenient. Do you really understand what we are talking about? You are a business person. You are importing. You are not manufacturing. So you are giving our money to foreigners, putting pressure on your naira. What you should find a way to manufacture locally. And me, I'm anywhere and I'm sending currency to Nigeria for them to even be able to buy whatever you are selling. And you are saying you contribute to the economy more than me. See, when people talk to people in diaspora that, oh, why you don't come? It's like you have to sit down to try to analyze the importance of that your people. That's your brother and sister overseas that whenever you want to pay school fees, that you run to. That whenever your house rent is due, that you run to. You see, it's not as if some of them are having it easy. Some are doing Uber 247, and Uber is one of the worst jobs you can do here, because at the end of the year, you think you are making money until you do your tax. If you evade the tax, they will come back, they will get back to you like 4, 5, 6 years when you will have to even pay with interest. So what we are saying is this: it's not every little thing we say, why don't you come to Nigeria? People here, they are not finding it funny. Because now you know what it means that, okay, you rent house, you are living in house there, and you pay average of $2,000 every month. And if you are paying mortgage, you are paying probably like 2,500 to 3,000 plus. And your car, especially those people in America, North America, if you say you want to work without a car, you are wasting your time, man. If you don't have a car, it's like you put someone in prison, because by the time you are taking bus, city bus sometimes can take away some of your productive hours. You want to drive, maybe you are working in the night, you want to drive. Know how much you are going to pay on insurance on that alone. Your house, you pay insurance. You don't escape tenement rate. You pay property tax, everything tax. And you think those people in overseas they find it easy?
What is happening in Nigeria is multi-dimensional poverty. It's not that everybody is poor in that country. It's not that everybody is working dead, working in this or whatever. So at the end of the day, this is a country that if you are creative enough, you will make it there. And some people travel outside, they make it, and some people never make it. Life is about wherever you find yourself, try to make it the opportunity. If to build our country, you are thinking it's only your leaders that will build your country, that is not the way. Everybody must everybody must contribute their own quota. If you are talking about those great countries that have developed or that have improved, it is the citizens of that country that work hard. Some even work hard, some even sacrifice. They did not even enjoy their work, what they put in there. It is their generation that is really enjoying it now. So it's not that about coming online and then demarketing your country or telling everybody all over the world we are suffering. If you are suffering, what do you expect other countries that are even suffering more than you, that they cannot even afford one meal, that does not have an opportunity to get even a job of 70,000 naira in their country? In Nigeria today, there's some job that if you are looking for, you will get it immediately. If you are looking for, hold
on, Remy, okay. 1 second. So, as the saying goes, the person whom much is given, much is expected. Is it fair to be comparing Nigeria to other countries that don't have the opportunity and the resources and human capital that we have? You know, so when people are complaining, I think it should be. I'm not into the marketing. But when people are complaining, they should be able to complain about their situation without reprisal. And they should be free to do so. And to your question to you and Allah, which one is better? To have opportunity to work and do things in, let's say, in the foreign country, or not have opportunity at all? Okay, which one is better? Because we can claim maybe we suffer. Of course, there's nothing easy, just like Allah always say in the West. But at least we have opportunity. Where about when people have no opportunity and the system works against them? Which one is better?
Do you know that, Prince Daddy, that even in the Western world, not everybody have opportunity to work? Some people have been looking for job for years, they could not get. They only rely on the support system, the benefit they can get from the government. And when you talk about Nigeria, the reason why I said that, apart from our leadership, the followership is also terrible. When they find themselves in position of authority, they will even outperform the leaders in bad decisions and bad policies. So it's always that I'm waiting for my own to get there. And when I get there, I will show this is our turn. I'm going to embezzle more. The orientation from the beginning is terrible. So, and we need to work on that orientation. And if you really want your country, let me quickly finish. If you want your country to be a better country, I'm sorry, we have to enforce some form of discipline. Because if we continue to just follow all this Western democracy 100, it's not going to work. Because we are totally different people with different.
Okay, before you run away with that, you hold on. Before you run away with that, Remy, hold on. Before you run away with that. You can add this to this. 1 second. You can add this to it. You always get to talk about the followership also need to be this and that, but the followership can only follow the path that's created for them already by those people there. So I'm not blaming the followership. If we have a system in place that the followership can follow, trust me, the Nigerians, a lot of people, not everyone, of course, but a lot of people follow that step, that path. We don't have it. I'm not blaming the citizens for the bad, for what is going on in the country. No, if you have good leadership, the people follow.
Yeah, see, Prince Daddy, why the thing I think I agree with most of what you said. The thing I was addressing the other time that looked like as if I'm blaming people was when people at home, probably they are not even at home, maybe they are in another country pretending to be in Nigeria. They are saying, why don't you go to Nigeria if you think things are easy? Those are the people I'm addressing that. You don't have to always descend to that. Let's stay on topic. Because you need to appreciate the impact of those people overseas too, back home. If everybody keep their money and they're not sending money back home, I'm telling you, Nigeria will not even be surviving now. So that said, you want to say whether there is opportunity, there are opportunities in Nigeria. Yes, there are opportunities in Nigeria because where you have needs, when you have the economy not saturated, that's where there are opportunity. The economy, it is easier to be creative in Nigeria than to be creative here, because everything you want to think about creativity there, it has been taken. All you just need here is to take what they are doing here, just go and replicate back in Nigeria what they don't have. But now that is just said and done, right?
Don't run with that. It's not as easy as
I'm not running that. You heard my clause.
Hold on. There's one thing to have opportunity. There's one thing to be creative, and there's one thing to have the environment that nurtures creativity. Okay. I can agree that Nigerians are creative, but at the same time, our system is not as friendly, I would say, compared to the West, at least in America and Canada, I would say.
No, see my point. You understand? You are a Christian. They say faith cometh by hearing, and by hearing the word of God. So by the time you keep preaching, you understand someone will have faith, right? Now, Yoruba will say, koko, aditi. That means that if someone that doesn't hear very well, by the time you keep repeating the same thing over and over and over, the person will understand. What brought this type of narrative is that for people to know that they have some kind of opportunity around them, you need to keep telling them something that will cheer them up. You need, because see, it is not everybody that can realize opportunity. I can tell you, personally, I've been one of them in the past. Maybe probably I'm even one of them.
I agree with you totally on that.
So that is why we have the business of government. That is why government is needed. And that is why government put money into research. you do a lot of research. When you see countries funding research, it's just because they are doing that to develop future opportunity. But as Nigeria it is today, I tell you, because of the needs in Nigeria, our needs is serious. Number one, we don't have electricity, we don't have clean water, but our manufacturing output still very low. Our abattoir services, and the services generally, we are still not where we are supposed to be. Now, it takes someone that is able to
But you see,
look.
all those problems you just mentioned a lot. If you ask me, 90%, 80%, I will attribute to the government, not the people necessarily.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is this: government need to keep educating people and need to keep pumping money. Okay, here now, if you are just incorporated, I mean incorporated, you are a contractor that you use your incorporated company just to work for a company. If you want to have access to some grants, maybe you have something to do that you can convince the government can give you as much as 500,000 just to go and do something. If along the line, if the money goes back, in some cases, as long as you look at, okay, you do this thing the right way, the worst that can happen sometimes is that maybe they don't give you money next time. You won't go jail because of it, except that person just went into that thing with criminal intent. But the thing is, government keep encouraging entrepreneurship, keep encouraging people to be on their feet and do things. That is why if you're out of job here, the first thing government will look for some people that will retrain and push you back. Where they are retraining you, they keep introducing opportunities to you. So when people sit down at home in Nigeria looking to get the next government job, the opportunity may be right in front of them. They will not recognize. You need someone to teach them, to wake them up that, look, there are jobs. It's just like they make one proverb that a day that horse, we know that small rope they used to tie it down. So it's saying that if a horse will just move, that you put that thing, that's the day that we have freedom. The day you have the right information, people that are shaking ground in Nigeria today, they have the right information. So people are creative, but sometimes you need proper education to be. So the lack of creativity or the lack of seeing opportunity is not limited to people back at home. In fact, ASF, we can say we even suffer more than that because everything is okay. We are supposed to reason properly, but it's not always. So that's why we need to have some kind of training sometimes to identify opportunities. So who are those people pushing for that? Government. So when Tinubu push to them,
sorry for cutting you. Yeah, sorry. You were talking about people talking about coming back to Nigeria or something. I can say preferably many people that even change their life back to the abroad, their first 2 or 3 years thereabout, they can't even find their bearing. Some people has to diversify. I'm an engineer from Nigeria. When I got here, I have to diversify to make ends meet. So it's not that everything is rosy in abroad. People just think, when I get to America today, I'll be picking money in the street of America. Australia is like honey ground. There is money on the road. So even to build your life here, your first 2 or 3 years, my brother, it's not easy. I don't know what happened in America.
I want to ask you two quick questions. You said 2 or 3 years for you to stabilize. Now, after that 2 or 3 years, if you look at the pool of people that come along with you, if you put them into percentage, how many of them were successful that you can say, it is 100% successful? It takes some people 5 years. So
there are few. Why do I even make that? What do I make like? Because I'm an engineer from Nigeria. I have some handiwork. That's what is stabilizing me back here. It's not that easy.
My second question to you is that because you are a Nigerian and you think your country is bad, does that mean it give you 100% guarantee to go all over the internet, all over and start demarcating your country. It's the worst country. Nothing happened there. The people there are terrible. Does that give you that authority or mandate you? The best thing you can do.
Remy, there is nothing that happened in Nigeria that will demarcate my country.
Mm-hmm.
We will talk about it, we will find solution about it, and we'll move on. Because people coming on the internet, African talking about Nigerians, their country is even worse than Nigeria. So Nigeria is still your country, whatever the case may be. We may be facing some challenges, fine. We will get over it, then we'll move on. Your country is still your country. If I own America, if you own Finland citizen today, Nigeria is still your country. Americans, Nigerians, Americans, if you have American passport today, my sister have American citizen, but it's been in Nigeria 4 months now. Home is still home. Go on, my Ola. Sorry for cutting you, Ola.
Okay, let me chime in before Light takes over.
Yeah, go on. Praise Daddy. How are you, my
No,
brother?
of course.
Right.
This is this no be Ola show.
One second, Ola.
Everybody.
So this thing about demarketing your country, right? See, we Nigerians, we're not up to that level when it comes to loving our country. I think we are pretending. Our divisions are quite clear in that country. Unlike, for example, in America, you can see a poor American that's proud of his country. He doesn't have anything. You say I'm an American, and it won't bow about America because they have that orientation to love their country since they were little, and to say America is great. Even they themselves don't have much to contribute, but nonetheless, they don't demarcate the country. But we Nigerians, we don't have that orientation. Why are you waking up today to say people should, an Igbo person, Yoruba person, or Hausa person should not demarcate Nigeria? Do we have that oneness as a nation? Why are you guys pretending? If something's not going well for one region or one tribe, they complain and demarcate the country. That's what we do. What's so strange about that?
Okay, Thomas is not there. So the thing is, like I said, it's all about education. You know, it's all about education. It's to me, people will always talk. You understand? You know, it depends. Only Yoruba will say bilenjo bolenja, you understand? So no matter how you try to say you want to be patriotic, some people will still have their own whatever, because people will always talk the same way concerned it. So the thing is, if you don't want people to talk bad about the country, it still go back to education and the way you encourage the citizen. There is a thing that makes some people can say, okay, I can live and fight for my country. There's something that some people will say, my country is not worth fighting for. So that's just the way it is. Because not when you see your leaders that are supposed to be the custodian of keeping the country, you know, going forward, but they are the one wrecking the country. You know, some of these leaders now that you see today now, if they are no more, I bet you even some of the family, they can't even know where they start the stolen, where they are keeping the stolen fund. You know, even Abacha, after many years, was still bringing money to Nigeria. Probably we've not even discovered half of what Abacha stole from Nigeria. So those are the kind of situation that makes people angry about the country. So, you know, you can't see someone now. I don't know. You can't see something not going right. Don't expect some people to speak. Of course, some people will speak, but don't just speak for this. Don't just speak for the sake of speaking. That's another thing.
Yeah. Remy wants the people to. You just said you used the word destabilize. That our leaders destabilize the country. But Remy wants the people, the citizens, to be more committed to the country than our leaders. I don't buy that. I mean, I don't buy it. I think the leaders need to show more examples and be more committed. Okay, for the people to follow. Okay, that's what I say.
Yeah, like okay, like when we used to have our politics right in Nigeria, without even telling you, everybody was ready to defend the country when Awolowo was there, when some other leaders were there. Everybody were like, but like I said, the type of leaders we have today, we just have the wrong one because things went wrong starting from that 1999. Not that things were not wrong before, but that our democracy is 1999. Although it has lasted more than any, but then I think we got a lot of things wrong because for it to last, that is why we demolish all those structures. You know, Today, many people in Lagos, in reality, do you really know that they don't have business in Lagos? They don't have. They can stay in Ekiti, they can stay in Ilesha, they can stay in Akure and still be millionaire. And how will they become that they're millionaire? They will look at the value chain around the local government, the city. Gone were the days when we used to have individual with exabyte tree, that some people will be producing a nail.
Okay. Sorry, Ala. You said something earlier. I think you said not everyone is creative. Meaning, I guess not everyone can take advantage of the opportunity that's present in the environment. And it's not unique to Africans or Nigerians. It's in the West also. A lot of people in the West depend on other people's creativity and ingenuity to have jobs and to have their daily lives. Okay. So, you can't just say so much you leave Lagos and go to Ekiti or go elsewhere and suddenly become this entrepreneur or this great person. It doesn't work that way. Most people depend on other people's, creativity and their, depend on their success to be successful. A lot of people are employed in the West because other people have created jobs and companies for them to be able to work. So, and again, there are more opportunities for people in the West, I would say, not because they don't have opportunities back home, but we have to do more. This onus of putting the pressure on the people, I don't buy that. I mean, it's always a few percentage of people in a place make it or lead the people.
No, I don't do that. I don't put, you know me very well. I don't put pressure on the people. I understand. And I understand those people that are saying that our people are not taking advantage. I understand what they are talking to.
I want to respond to Prince Daddy. I'm not trying to say that they put more pressure on the followership, that they should do more than the leadership. What I'm trying to say is that for any country to grow, we must have a lot of patriotism for our country to succeed. And majority of our people are the followership. And if you are talking about leadership, the leadership also comes from that followership. So the system is already rotten. And if a leader wants to make it better, unfortunately, we are practicing constitutional democracy. It does not have the power like a dictator to just tell them, you sit down, you do this, you do that. How do we do it together? You need the support of the people. And if the people are hiding under religion, tribalism, and all sorts of negativity, how can that kind of country grow? How can it develop?
If I want to talk now, you will tell me, wait, let you finish.
Okay, talk.
Madam Sister, you have to pay $10 before you talk. $10.
Yeah, I say you should go ahead. You should go ahead and talk.
Why?
How are you, my sister?
I do.
Yeah, how's family?
We did. We just did look. Our
Yeah,
Pope died.
thank God. Yeah.
Pope died.
Let's hear
So
from you, my sister. Yeah.
You know, I'm a Catholic. So our Pope died
Yes,
on Monday.
yes, that's it. Sorry for the Pope. May he so rest in perfect peace. I think you are Catholic.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic.
We don't really
Those
focus
ones
on
where they
Pope.
wear cross for
We
chest.
Pentecostal. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I'm a
May he so rest in perfect peace. Yeah.
Amen.
Let's hear from you, my sister.
No, I'm just trying to interject, Remy. You see, people always believe that systems are different from the people. No. The system is actually the people. So whatever you are seeing in Nigeria is actually the antecedent of a Nigerian. That's just the truth. And I will continue saying it. Most people might not like me, but that's the truth. If you put a system that is not the people, you will see hell as the administrator or the government. They will fight you to finish. That's why most countries have been able to get a lot of things done in their country. Because when their government, which is a few handful of people anyway, when they say government, you think they are bigger than the rest of the citizens. It's just a few handful of people. When they put up a system that is not the people, they will fight them to finish. And that way, they're able to be getting one or two things done. They keep moving. They might not be fast because things are changing. But the important thing is that they're still better than people who have a system that is them. That's just the difference. You see, in 2021, right? When they did the NSAS riot. Is it in 2021? Somebody should. Hello?
I can't even recall. When did they do NSAS? I think it's after COVID, isn't it?
It's 2021.
Yeah.
I remember now. Either 2021 or 2022, but it's thereabout. There was a video that my cousin sent to me. He was laughing over it, but I was very angry about it. These people who call themselves NSAS, they went to a warehouse, which they claimed it was government warehouse. It wasn't government warehouse. It was somebody's company's warehouse. They now looted bags of rice. One woman, for some reason, was able to grab almost 50 bags. If you see where she loaded the rice in her corridor, in her bedroom, in fact, she has to raise her bed. Her children were actually sleeping on the rice. And then I now asked, what is the difference? Okay, they said it was palliative rice. And then somebody in the government packed it in the warehouse. So they are doing NSAS, and they found out, I want to follow their own story. And they found out that this is rice that is meant for palliative during the COVID. Somebody stole it and packed it in his warehouse, blah, blah, blah. And then they broke into the warehouse. One person filled her own warehouse with the rice, which is her home. She turned her home to her own warehouse. Then I now asked, what is the difference between the woman and the politician? Obviously, there is no difference.
No difference. No difference. But yeah, you're right. There's no difference.
I see in Nigerians most times is actually ridiculous. But I will say it because I'm the only one that says things. And damn it. Let me say it now. The anger I see in Nigerians when they complain about the ongoings in Nigeria is not actually anger. It is hate and envy. That's why somebody can call for Dangote's refinery to be set ablaze. That is why somebody will say, we need to know how much Dangote was giving. That's why the quest to kill a big man is there. It's a mixture of hate
and envy. It's not really anger that things are not going well. We want it to get better. No. Because if any right-thinking Nigerian wants something to get better, it will get better. That's just the truth. If Nigerians today want their country, if it is in their character to turn Nigeria to what they want it to be, obviously they can. Because our leaders are just a handful of people. Now, most times in Nigeria, you find yourself that most Nigerians, what they do is they're waiting for them to get to their turn. When it gets to my turn, I go collect my own. That was why a young woman in Nigeria that is not even up to 50 years old find herself in politics, campaigned. The kind of opportunity she had, most young Nigerians did not have that opportunity. To be able to start in the podium, campaign for a presidential candidate. She led the women wing of that party. And they won that election. They gave her one of the glorious jobs that she would have inscribed her name on. What did she do? She was wiring money. In fact, she saw it as an opportunity to become rich overnight. Then I now ask, what is she doing with $1 billion, $500 million, $100 million? What is she doing with that kind of money?
So, Vanessa, why discriminating against the woman? I mean, she's doing what the men always do. So why is she unique? Why should she be different?
No. I'm giving you an example of how Nigerians behave. When Wike was in the university, they were the ones fighting the government. Trust me, we all went to the same university. They were
now
so
we are the
loud.
one fighting. We are the one fighting Wike now.
Wait now. They were so loud that the government recognized them. When I mean loud, they were very loud. Just as most Nigerians come to this platform and say, everything, everything, but this has to be done like this happened. That was Wike then. And today, where is Wike? She was saying all those things to get in. He even become worse than the ones he was fighting when he was in the university. I mean, I don't see anything different from Nigerian system and Nigerians. They can abuse me for all I care. I have given several examples here on several locations. I've given an example of what happened in my office. I kept quiet because I was a Nigerian. We are sort of ignoring who we are, what we want. We make amend and find a way around it and we'll steal our own money. But when it happened to a white lady in my office, as the boss was going, she set her time. Not only that she was videoing the boss, the time was running, she took the plate number, she wrote. The first complaint, nobody answered her. Second complaint, nobody answered her. Third complaint, nobody. And when she write, they decided to start investigation. And when I met her, I said, you were so forceful about this thing. She said, that's the way they behave. That is my nature. That's what she said. That it has happened to her, that's okay. That she's not agitating for the bus driver to be fired. But what she's saying, she doesn't want it to happen to another person. It's going to end with her. So she fought. But I couldn't fight. Not that I can't fight, but I come from a system which is me, where when something happens, I find a way around it. As the boss moved that day, what I did was I looked like this, Lo and behold, see my GM with his driver. I said, GM, please, can I hitchhike with you to the car park? He said, sure, Zita, come in. And I told him what happened. He said, yeah, those bus drivers, sometimes they can be annoying. He took me he drove me, instead of driving home, he went around the building and took me to where we used to park our car. I jumped into my car and drove away. And then it happened to this white lady. Instead of her hitchhiking with another car of a big man that will take her around and take her to the car, she went back into the office, downloaded everything in her phone, and started immediately to campaign against such situation from happening. So when they say system, make the system work. What is system? The system is you. If you don't want it, it won't even exist in the first place. Trust me. More especially in a place where it is just us. So I don't know what people, I don't know. When
Madam
they said,
you are right. Let me just set an example for you. My own elder sister, the firstborn of my house, we're planning some trip to like some Europe country. He's living in Nigeria. She's living in Nigeria. Then she just need like a pay slip, a home pay slip for my sister. Nigeria, I don't know. Because here, when you work, they send your pay slip to your email every week. I earn every week. But Nigeria, you still need to file for your pay slip. Can you imagine in the governor's office in Abeokuta, they still want to collect bribe to print out your pay slip for you? It's not the governor that told them to collect bribe.
Okay.
Somebody on the desk still wants somebody to put something on his hand before you print your home pay slip to you. Okay. Something that you are entitled to, something that should be sent to you in your mail. I got my mail. I just got a mail now of my pay slip for this week. I got it automatically.
Thomas,
yeah?
The justification from those people, they will tell you that the governor is also making them. So they are doing their own. That is justification every time.
I know, Randy. Unfortunately, I will differ. I beg to differ because, see, when you see a system when they have internal auditor and they occasionally invite external auditor, they know that people will find a way to undermine the system. No matter what, there will always be Judas in any system, even as small in number as we are disciples of Jesus Christ. Just 12 people, they see got the Judas. Then when you now see of the multitude like Nigeria, just see the number of Judases that will be there. So in other words, corruption has always been there.
Some of them will appoint acquisition figure to their maybe immediate.
Wait, that's not my point.
Let me give you people. Let me give you a
no, Madam, just give me a minute. Let me just round up.
Okay.
See, Oyibo, if you don't put the right system in place, then it is still. You understand? Person who they go to shop, they do shoplifting, that they will even muscle you out of that place. Just imagine when they have access to your cupboard, they will do that. But they have a system in place to check with them. So don't expect people to behave normal.
No, I don't quite agree. If the system is not you, it will not stand. I still maintain that. Okay, maybe you people did not know the story of why in Nigeria they have two different plate numbers. I don't know whether they have eventually changed it now. In Nigeria, they have two different plate numbers. One has the map of Nigeria inside it. The other one has the is it the flag? Okay. I was a party to the old, because they changed the normal. Of course, everybody know they changed the normal olden days plate number my parents used. So they brought this new one. And then they listed the reason why they changed that our grandfather's old plate number to this new one. Okay. We all paid and we were using it. After 2 years, there was one guy that did law, I think in the UK, and came in Nigeria, did the law school, did everything, and was called to bar. Nobody followed this story. That's why I said most people speak, they don't know what they're talking about. This man took this simple thing that every Nigerian ignored, because he schooled abroad and he lived abroad and decided to return to Nigeria. He has to look at the two reasons. After 2 years, they changed this thing and doubled the amount. I don't know if you people noticed. That was, is it in 2013 or in 2012? They changed the plate number again. So
you are right. I remember, Madam Sita. Go on. I remember.
This meticulous lawyer picked the two reasons they gave, that the ship, whatever, that this one is coded, whatever, anywhere in Nigeria you are, the moment the police see the number. So they listed the same thing they listed for the one they just changed into. This man took them to court. He lost. He followed the matter to Supreme Court of Nigeria, that most Nigerians said there is no justice. Lo and behold, that guy won that case. Based on that, till I left Nigeria, those two plate numbers were existing side by side. For
they are
those
still
who
existing
bought,
till now, Madam Sita.
for those
Till
who
now.
bought new cars, can go ahead and register with the new one. For those who are still using their 10 years old car or 15 years old car, the other plate number is still there. No more police harassment. Just one Nigeria. Just one meticulous Nigeria did that. I've forgotten the name of the lawyer. He was like curious. What is new? What most Nigerians don't do. Because their concern is not actually concern, as I said before. It's a mixture of hate and envy. Because if your concern is actually concern, you will listen very well, monitor the situation, see where the loophole is, so that when you fight, you win. It's not all about talking blah, 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 blah. This guy wanted to know, what is the difference? Simple question. Why do I have to abandon a 2-year-old plate number? I'm still using my car. What is the difference? He picked the rule, this yes, this yes. This. So what is new? As at that point, over close to hundreds of thousands of Nigerians are queuing up, struggling, paying, bribing their way to get the new plate number so that police will stop harassing them. And the federal road safety, or whatever they call them, will stop embarrassing them or deducting money from them. But this one lawyer sat down, went to the first court, he lost. He's now taking it. He pushed that court, go and check the case up to Supreme Court. This is a global platform. But that man is not a hero in Nigeria. Nobody remembered him. And I'm sure most Nigerians did not know why those two plate numbers are existing side by side. Because those kind of people don't make history.
Madam Zita, is that what we just said is why I said at the end of the day, what that guy did was implemented, and we get the benefit. You see one thing like the like of Femi Falana, Gani Fawemi, they won a lot of cases today that they will follow. Police will have no business staying on the road. The thing is this, I keep
He said that
believing
what?
that.
He said those ones are what?
I said Gani Fawemi and Femi Falana, they won many cases. That
which case did Falana, this one that is running his mouth, that is a political thought? Which case has he won?
Where's political thought?
The one that comes to Channels TV and going about from one to even ran to Uganda. Is he not the one that, what do you call
Madam,
it? Whatever, that ran to
that guy is
Uganda
a
that
couch.
said he wants
That
to
AI for let Ola Ola is also from Ekiti State, so don't expect any
political lawyer.
That
guy is
you cannot compare Falana
Why are you telling me not to stop speaking, please? Why did you say I should stop speaking?
Who says so?
I mean Babati.
I didn't say. I said don't expect Ola to agree because they are
I think we should just go back to the topic. Thomas should tell us.
The thing is this, Madam Zita.
These are the kind of people you call your hero, right?
I agree, but
no, Gani Fawemi was perfect.
Cool down. At the end of the day, people like that, if they don't implement what they want, it doesn't make sense. Okay. Gani Fawemi and Falana, they won the case. I think either of them, I don't remember. That the magistrates, all those judges, they should be moving around the detention center and look as the DPO, all those people in all those police stations, to say, okay, bring the files of those people in detention, so that those people that have no business staying there, they can just release them and go. If you start doing things like that in Nigeria today, police will not be motivated going to the road or carry one yao buses around to be carrying people and be detaining people. And in some cases, many people find themselves in jail for a very long time for doing nothing. So if you put a system in place that we go and make sure that nobody is staying in that detention center, police will not be encouraged to start with. And once you discourage some people from doing it, the few ones that don't want to listen, they can easily be fished out. Other suggestion that I know that can work for a person like Nigeria, because unfortunately some Nigerians say, I'm taking like an American. I say, you can't be more you can't be more gangsters, you can't be more ruthless when it comes to gun crime than Americans. Police Nigeria, they don't have business in pickup. You can give them armor personnel carrier to stay inside, or you give individual vehicle to stay in such a way that it will take you time to pull out your rifle to the point that you can find a way to monitor them instead of doing roadblock. Any day you start putting police, like 5 or 6 of them in a pickup, you understand that maybe you can do it in such a way that you don't have more than 2 police in a car. When you start doing that, the story of roadblock and all those kind of accidental discharge in court, you understand, we start getting reduced.
Let me tell you, Allah. Let me tell you.
Hold on, I'd like to make a comment too. You guys are long-winded talkers.
In Nigeria, nobody demotivated them, and nobody motivated them.
We can hear you, Prince Daddy. Maybe it's Madam Zita that doesn't hear you.
Well, what is he saying?
No, Prince Daddy,
land your point.
I think Prince Daddy wants to say something. Yeah.
Let
Yeah,
him go
Madam
ahead.
Speaker, go ahead. Yeah, and then Prince will come. Yeah, finish your statement, Madam Speaker.
If police wants to make themselves the strongest civilian military in Nigeria, they will. Police killed police. Nobody killed police for police. Because when those things were coming up in Nigeria then, Asari Dokubo them, Tompolo them, Boy Loaf, they started carrying very sophisticated guns to the extent that police will have to run for them. Only heaven knows how many they died. They give police pot gun and give these boys very sophisticated weapons that are meant for police in terms of emergency. And I said something the way I used to talk, and people will abuse me in the office. Those days, I said, you see those guns that that guy is carrying? They said yes. I said, it is the police that gave it to him. They almost mobbed me that day. I told them that, look, there are some guns you cannot purchase as an individual. It's under the international law and jurisprudence. You can't. And when they reconciled with the government and they started returning those guns, some of them were returning those guns. Some of my colleagues in the office came back 4 years after to apologize to me, because those were the government guns. So what am I saying in essence? The system is the people. If the system is not the people, it can never stand. Anybody who is saying police doesn't have power in Nigeria, police cannot do any, police are running for militant, they are running for Boko Haram. Police made it so. They made it so. If they don't want it that way, those boys go see Chege. Because those guns they are carrying is not meant for individuals. Go and do your research. You can purchase it. Most of them, even in the United States, where they said you will have the right to purchase guns, some individuals in the United States cannot be given such a gun. They can't buy it. But those ragtags in the north and in the south, running around like hele chicken, killing people, they have those guns. How did they get it? No Nigerian is asking that question. Next person, please.
Prince Daddy, you wanted to talk now. You have time.
Okay, well, let me just chime in real quickly. So Madam Zita's story earlier, that co-worker, I think she's okay. I think a co-worker, she's empowered to do what she did, and not to mention that in the West, they know how to sacrifice than to suffer, like I always say when it comes to Africans or Nigerians. So sometimes your environment or the system has to empower you to do certain things that you do. And in regards to I don't know if I understood the story regarding the license plate. The state where I am right now, I think it's actually national. They are transitioning from a normal ID, driver's license, to what they call a real ID.
Yeah, they told me to come and change my own. No, they sent me.
Yeah, if you don't have that real ID,
what is it like?
I don't know. It has maybe some special.
Okay, it's not gotten your own. Okay.
Prince, are you at the store shopping with the kid? Because we saw you on tape the other time. You had your camera on the last time you were here.
Where?
Yeah, you were here like a few days ago. You had your camera on. I think you were at the store or something. And
I did?
Yeah, your camera. I think you were with your kid or something. You were shopping like late at night or something.
It wasn't my camera. It wasn't my camera.
No, you were on. Okay, never mind. But yeah.
Oh, really?
Now, inside chicken carry go, no be.
No,
Inside
I didn't say all that. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that. So they have to bring you down because
We saw you with your side chick.
no, okay, my own.
Okay, Simba, don't go too far.
Sorry.
If a few days ago, I don't know. I'm in Turkey actually, so I don't know. But anyways,
But it didn't actually show anything. It was just groceries that we were seeing now.
Yeah, like groceries
Did
and
not even see yourself, yeah.
okay. Well, hopefully you guys don't see what you didn't, what you wasn't meant to be seen. It's all good. Next time, just shut off my camera. Just shut off my camera.
No, somebody helped you to switch it off.
Oh, okay, great. Okay. And now to the story about the lawyer that sued the government about the license plate. The reason why I brought the real ID up was sometimes like they have it right now in the state. If you don't have the real ID, your old ID expires and you can't use it. So if you don't transition and go pay the extra amount to get a real ID, then you can't. I don't know. You can't drive. You can't go and present your old ID because they're not going to accept it.
No. That's not what they
So
do.
okay, let me land the point. So on the issue regarding this man suing that they were trying to discontinue the old license plate, and the police are harassing people. I don't think I got the gist about that story. I mean, the government is allowed to do.
Let me explain the story for you so that you don't say you don't get it wrong. Why did the man take it to court? They said, abandon the old one to get the new one. It was a kind of, they are trying to raise more money. Okay? You know how government do. But the thing is that there is no difference. Okay? So why are you telling people to abandon the old one to get a new one, where there is nothing different between the new one and the old one? That is the argument. Now, back to your real ID you are trying to use as an example. There is a huge difference between the old one and the new one in the United States. The new one now they call real ID is specifically meant for people who are green card holders and citizens. You cannot get it if you don't, your social security number is not saying that you are a green card holder or a citizen. What are they saying? They said it will limit the movement. Like you are an illegal immigrant in Chicago, you commit a crime, you enter a plane and fly to California to stay. You will no longer have that opportunity. Your movement will be restricted to those places that wants to keep you. Now, the real ID now, it become what they call universal. It's like a mini passport as long as you are in the United States. It has so many different, they send the mail. It has a lot of differences. So on that note, somebody, and they have that thing, they said it has been over a decade. They approved it. They didn't even know why it has not been implemented. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump anyway. It has been approved over decades now. They don't know why they didn't implement it. Now, the question in Nigeria is that there is no difference. What is in the new one is what is in the old one. So why don't, the man's argument was, why don't you allow people who already have the old one to roll with their old one? Why people who buy new cars will continue with the new one? If you buy new car now, you can no longer license it with the old one. You license it with the new one. So why are you telling people to drop their one? What is the justification for dropping the old one? I hope I have clarified that.
The justification is a new law. You see, that guy, I don't even know how he won the case in court. The justification is the
new
law.
Law now.
That
When you put a law you have to give reason for your law. It's not a
No, not always.
dictatorship.
Not
But Madam
always.
Zita, let me tell
Okay,
you
never
this.
mind. I don't
Let me
go
say this.
about
Sorry,
the argument.
President. Okay, finish what you want to share. I want to say because when it was
Let me, Simba, let me quickly come in. I think I read the argument of the lawyer. Madam Sita, you are very right. One of the arguments the lawyer put to the Supreme Court is that people having the old car with their old plate number, someday, somehow, there's no how you keep the car is going to be get off-road one day. The old plate number will die with the old car. So why do I need to get the new plate number on my old car?
When
It
the two
doesn't make
plate
any
numbers are
sense.
doing the same thing.
Yes, it doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense. Let me finish,
Well,
please. Let me finish,
right.
please. So the judge, they agree with him that makes sense. If I'm driving 1968 car, someday, somehow, that car will be scrapped off the road. Immediately the car is scrapped off the road, the old plate number go with the car. So if you have a new car that I just bought, then I can go with the new plate number. But why do you need to change your old car to the new plate number? It doesn't make sense. This is one of the arguments of the lawyer. That's why he won the case. Yeah.
The main thing
Okay,
that made him to
one
win
second.
the
So
argument is
that is fine. That is fine. See,
no, the
sometimes
one thing that made him to win the argument is that
is to
there is
generate maybe revenue.
nothing new. There is nothing new in the new plate number. Do you understand?
Okay,
There is nothing
I
new.
understand all that. I understand all that, but sometimes we complain here. Sometimes that why did they do this and that? Sometimes they do all these things to generate revenue, and the notion that because an old car you can get a new plate, I don't buy it. I mean, it's fine. It makes sense on both sides. But my point here is that look, if the government introduce a new policy, such as a new license plate, and they give a timeline, just like the real ID. You have up to I think 2025 or so to get it. Now, if you don't get it, then
and
there's
they
a
will
penalty,
not wait.
whatever.
President, they will not wait for you to die and die with your ID card. The same argument that they
Right.
are putting that the car will get old and then you discard it.
Yeah, they don't have to wait. They don't have to wait for the car. If you don't, you can park the car in your garage. You can park the car in your garage and never drive it, but go change. If you're gonna get that car, for example, if you're gonna put that car on the road, get a new tag on the new plate, and that's what the law
It's
says.
not even
I
true. Let me say
One
this.
second.
Let me say this. It's not even true. It's not even true that there is no difference. And I will tell you the difference. The difference between the old one and the new one is that they unified the new one. It has all your biodata. That even if you sell your car,
When
you
I
don't
talk,
need to
people don't
sell.
listen to
You don't
me.
need to sell
The
that
old,
car with
I'm
your.
using
Wait,
the
now
old
let me
one.
finish. Wait.
The old one I was using before I leave Nigeria. It has everything.
Just hold
It has
on.
the
You are not in
biodata. It
Nigeria.
has
I use
everything.
both. The old one and the new one, and I'm telling you the difference. You said because initially you said there was no difference between the old
There's
and
no
the new.
difference because
There
my
was.
biodata is in
That
that
is
my old
you.
one.
That is what you know, and I'm telling you what I know.
But I use the old one till I leave Nigeria. My
But you
biodata
didn't use
is
the
in
new
it.
one. You didn't use the new one. So I'm telling you. Let me give you for example. My younger brother's car was stolen inside my compound. And because of the new plate number that I was using, he was able to recover his vehicle. It's for security purpose. You know what they do? People can change plate number from one car to the other. But this one now, they will put all your BVN, everything about you on this new plate number.
Who told you that my own doesn't have it? What is this guy talking about?
You know you are the only one that use car. You use the old one. So we use it. We don't even know what was
plate number.
Well, there was a lot of difference. You don't want to agree. Don't agree. There was a lot of difference.
I don't do arguments like this. But let me give you people another example. You see, I want to give the most recent. When Buhari came, he changed the money. What was the difference in the change of money? At the end of the day, they find out it was the color. That was why Tinubu called back the money. So they will gradually continue using it until the so-called color you people don't like fizzles away. And you people will continue with the new color. You don't do policy like that. That is what I mean by there is no new thing. If the new thing is just the color and the design, then it doesn't make sense.
Well, I agree,
But
because
if
they
there
did it for the
is-
wrong. They did it for the wrong reason. If they had done it because they were counterfeiting Nigerians' money or for some other real reasons, that
Let me
actually
phrase that. Even
that have been
what
nice.
he says is
But
not
they did it
true.
for
That's not the
political,
reason they
selfish
gave
reasons.
us for the change of
Political,
money.
selfish reason.
They
No
said
real
there was
reason.
a lot of people who are stock money. There's too much money in circulation, and
did he
this is
change
not the
stop
first
it?
time. This is not the first time they are changing currency because of that. They said they want to mop excess money in circulation. So how can you now say that the only reason they gave is
Let me
color?
tell you. Simba, you can abuse me for all you care. I don't care. But I will say what I want to say. When I finish, you can go and do your research. I think it's every how many years? A currency needs every, I can't remember. Then
10 years, 10 years, if I'm right. Yes.
Then, for someone to say that because people were stacking money at home in a country like Nigeria, that is the reason why he wants to change the money so that people will bring out that money. It's actually ridiculous and annoying. That means that that person who is sitting on that position is not qualified in the first place to have that job. Because no matter what you do in Nigeria, it is our character and our culture. We stack money. We want to see our cash. So for somebody who is a Nigerian and is a CBN governor, give a reason like, why am I trying to change the currency so that people will bring out money? And then what? They bring it out, you change it for them, and they will still take it back. You give them to be withdrawing 20,000 every week. Some of them will say, okay, share you say 120,000 every week.
Madam
They'll be coming,
Zeta.
hold on, let me finish. They'll be coming every week to withdraw their 20,000. And they will be stacking it. That is a culture. For somebody who calls himself a Nigerian and is in finance and never know that, it's actually ridiculous and annoying that such a person should hold such a position and give a reason to spend billions of dollars printing new money because he wants to bring out people to bring out money. Are you kidding me? How much did they use to print that money? And how much did they recover? These are the things Nigerians don't ask questions. They just do us because it's our system and the system is us. We believe them. You should have been asking that asshole who was the central bank governor then, how much did it cost Nigeria to bring those money? And how much did he recover? And how much did he burn? I don't want to go into that money madness they did.
Can we address one thing? When AI says our culture, so you then expect the government to then work on changing that culture. That means easy access. If you remember, when they started changing the currency, people had a hard time accessing cash, or payment, or making payments. So these are things that you fix first. And secondly, you can, if you really want to just swipe the currency, you can do it without even informing the public. They do that all the time. When you save some, or you over time you just inject new funds. You bring the old ones in when people save and deposit, and you just wipe them out. So
simple.
But yeah, so you know that need to to just go overnight and say, oh, if you don't bring all your cash within 5 or 10 days, that was just stupid. And you need to then give me a reason, because me as an investor,
That is the
I
most
know
ridiculous ridiculous currency regime I have ever seen in my whole life.
We
that
all know
shenanigan that happened in 2023 in Nigeria. And some people are supporting it here. I don't blame
Okay,
you guys.
but I'm saying also financial literacy, because I, as an investor, understand that you can earn 4 to 5% on a CD. So, and also inflation. I know about interest rate cuts that can affect the value of the cash you're stacking at home. So financial literacy is also part of it. But the main problem was that access to making payment and to receiving payment. The government never really worked on that before bringing up the policy to mop up the cash. So that was the main problem. So nobody has issues with them.
It was a bad policy at that particular moment.
BT was political.
Yeah, it has that. No. I'm not saying that it's not political. Don't get me wrong, but I'm also saying that if we're sincere about changing the system, or if we want to mop up the cash like they claim, then show me that you've made the effort to make payments and receiving, made it easier first before implementing those policies, which kind of lay credence to what you're saying about the political angle, which I'm not denying.
Is it the policy? Is it the policy that is wrong or the implementation?
Let me tell you something.
Both.
I said,
to me, I don't see anything wrong in the policy. Please let me finish.
You can't. No, you do it over time now. It's not done. You don't give a deadline.
That is implementation, but there is nothing wrong in the policy. You can say the implementation is wrong.
Where in the world? Oh no, hold on. Where in the world, even in Saudi, do the government announce that they're going to change currency? It's just done. No, it's not announced. It's just done. You have to announce it.
You just bring your old note to the bank, and they gave you the new note.
That's it. You don't need to announce it.
You're right, Babati. You introduce the new currency and mop out or gradually reduce the
that's it. And the old one will face out by itself.
Because if you announce it, you will create the panic. You will disrupt the system. You disrupt the market. That's why you don't announce.
I don't have anything against what people are saying, but the reason is what I'm talking. If you are not saying that the reason is wrong, that's what I'm debating. I'm
saying the reason is wrong.
And that is to you.
Yes, I'm saying the reason is wrong. And
because that was not even
not only wrong.
It's not only in Nigeria that government does that. And in that same Nigeria, we have done it before.
I want
giving the same reason.
Wrong, and because the system is us, we don't see anything wrong in it. But I will see. It is the most ridiculous currency regime on the surface of the
earth. Guys, let's speak one by one. If two persons is speaking same time, we can't hear anything.
Please,
Madam Sita.
No, Madam Mayor, let me know.
If you come to a country that the system is not them, and you tell them that you want to do currency regime, and what the reason you give them is that because you are lacking some currency in circulation, that people are dumping money in their houses. So you want them to bring out the money. Number one, that is a dumb excuse for any economist, because you are going to use money to print that money. Then how much are you going to use to print the money that you want people to bring that money that you want to burn? Are we okay? Are we okay?
Madam,
hold on, let me finish. And how much of the billions you use to print that new money, how much of that new money will you be able to print that will overrun the one you thought that is hidden somewhere that you want to burn? And people's, what kind of economics is that in the first place? That you use some billions of dollars to go and print money because you want people that is hiding money somewhere to bring out their money, and they bring it out, you burn it, and use billions of dollars to print the one that is not enough. Come on, man, what kind of thing is this now?
that we have to tolerate all this? Like one trouble, because and people are dying it. Yes.
Starways, Emefiele was just a politician.
People, AI, people lost, people lost their lives because they couldn't pay hospital. People died as a result of this policy. People actually died. People are not talking about that. People died.
Yeah, you're right, and it's a lot of inconvenience.
Is the
you know what is
implementation is the implementation of the policy that make people die. It's not the policy that
the policy in itself
I
is
don't
wrong.
know why you people allow
it is
wrong.
The policy is wrong. You don't burn money to print money. You don't bring out people's money in their house and set it ablaze.
One of the cardinal assignment work of the central bank is to mop up excess money in circulation.
There are several ways to mop up excess money.
So what are you now saying?
You don't know there are several ways of getting that money out from them. You don't know there is a way to get that money out from them.
Madam Zita, we all agree that the implementation was not right. The way they carry it along was not good enough. And we all see the consequences. But when you talk here that sometimes those people that they appoint as CBN governor, maybe they are not the right people. This guy we are talking about, he was a banker for more than 3 decades. You cannot say it's not.
So what?
During Jonathan. No, I don't like that. No, I don't like
that. That makes him brilliant enough to handle the situation.
Just give me seconds. Let me finish. Give me a second. Let me finish. I don't like the idea of Nigerians. Most time when you don't like what they do or what that person particular, or maybe you don't like that person, then you try to talk down on them. It's not good.
No, Remy.
We talk down on them, not the institution. I will talk down on them, Remy, not on the institution. I am not criticizing Central Bank, but I'm criticizing NFL. He's an idiot.
Remy, let's say something clearly.
But you cannot just say he does not have required experience or whatever.
Remy, wait.
He's an idiot. He doesn't have the experience.
Remy, he doesn't have the experience.
Doesn't mean he can handle Central Bank of the country.
A competitor. You don't use a competitor to go and run a CBN. A competitor, you know that he has a vested interest. Now, you have someone that was coming from a Zenith background that you know he was a stakeholder there, and you put the person as CBN. That's the same way you misapply Sanusi. You know why Sanusi really caused a lot of damages just because that guy talked a lot. People were actually thinking that, oh, he was doing greatly. The best we've had so far since 1999, Soludo. You understand? So the thing is,
he still remains the best Nigeria has ever had as a central bank governor.
So Emefiele was a banker. You understand? It was a mismatch for him to just go and put complete conflict of interest in your monetary policy industry. And he didn't disappoint those people that suggested that this was wrong. No, he didn't disappoint. He did exactly what people were expecting.
Central bank.
Hold
on, Femi, Remy. Central Bank, hold on, I want to speak now. Central Bank governor that wants to contest for president and bought 500 buses. That man should be in jail.
Just imagine that.
I'm not talking about that
one. Be in jail. He is not qualified to
understand
that place. How he got there, I don't know, but that's Nigeria.
So let me say,
wait. It's AI. Where is the guy now? Is he in detention or is on bail?
He's in detention.
No, people like Remy are agitating for him.
No. Don't use that propaganda on me. What I'm trying to say is very simple. I am trying to say that Jonathan appointed this guy CBN governor and Buhari retained him. What I'm trying to say is that whether what he does at the tail end of Buhari regime or what he has done as CBN governor under Buhari is quite condemnable. But you cannot take it away from him that he does not have the requisite experience or CBN governor. You cannot say that.
No,
you can't say that. He has has a rich resume
No,
too.
he doesn't have the experience
That
to
is
be
your
the
opinion.
that you are a banker doesn't give you the
Remy,
experience
it doesn't.
to become
This guy
a
was a commercial
governor,
banker. You don't use a
central
commercial
bank
banker to
governor.
run
No,
the CBN.
he
You don't
doesn't
use a
have the
commercial banker
experience.
to run the CBN. He doesn't.
He doesn't. He didn't work in CBN. He doesn't.
It's a hard fact. It's just like when you say a nurse, because a nurse works in the hospital is qualified to be a surgeon. That's exactly what you are saying.
Do you know Ola Vincent, the former CBN governor of Nigeria? Can you tell us whether he worked in CBN before they make him a CBN governor? So many of them.
That's why your Nigerian currency is dying now. Because they put ridiculous people there.
We are not talking. Oh God, man!
Yeah.
I think you guys just.
Yes,
Remy,
yes, those names you are calling are idiots that find themselves that place. That's why Naira is struggling.
Did Professor Soludo work in the CBN before? It's not a matter of working in the CBN, but you are putting someone that is likely going to be partial. You are putting it. You don't put a competitor. I just gave you an example. When Sanusi was the CBN governor, when he was with First Bank, he was called the marketing other banks. Now you now put someone that was the marketing other banks as the CBN. That's conflict of interest. So you don't do that. And this guy, he must have had a law that he has done in Zenith Bank. The person that you should not even let in touch with your monitoring arena, you now put him there. It took a competent, I'm sorry to say this, a competent executive to do that.
Ola, can I make this statement, please? Everybody, please. Can everybody agree with me? If the changing of the currency was politically motivated, then don't you agree with me that anything Emefiele does has been defeated if it is politically motivated? Even though if he has a good intention, Madam Sita said something earlier on. He gave a condition, he gave a reason why the money was changed, that people were stacking money. Are you telling me the new note now people will not stack the same money? So that is my argument. I totally agree with Madam Sita.
Let me respond to what I'm trying to say. First and foremost, I'm not here to support Emefiele. I'm not all these things you have said about him, you are all right. But listen, let me finish. What I'm trying to say is this: when you want to appoint someone to a position, they have to look at his resume and say whether this person really qualified for this position or not. You might have your own opinion that they can bring anybody from anywhere, maybe it's a financial expert or whatever. But at the same time, Jonathan that appointed him during Jonathan era, we did not hear something like this. And when we talk here, some people will say Jonathan as a president was the best time for Nigeria. And after Jonathan, Buhari came in. And during Buhari regime, they started doing his own shit. What I'm trying to say is that if you can say that all what he's trying to do are condemnable, but don't take away his educational and experience. Don't take it away.
Remy,
I'm trying to say, don't take it away. Just like you, Ola here. You like no. Let me finish. Let me after me you come. Please, I beg you. You, Ola here. You talk about your experience in electrical electronic engineering. You also talk about your experience in software development and web application. And you are proud of it. You are proud of your education. What I'm trying to say is that nobody can take that one away from you. Now, in the actual practice, if you do not perform very well in the position given to you, then we can condemn you. But from what you have learned and from your experience over the years, we shouldn't take it away from anybody. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Barrister Remy, I tell you, qualifying for a job is more than your academic qualification. That's
what
why
about
that
your
when
experience?
you go,
what about your experience?
Wait now. When you go for interviews, sometimes they focus more on your moral or your personality. Now, you may be the best inventor in the world. If you lack the right team spirit, no manager wants you to destroy his team. Because sometimes you can have an average person put together in a team and make a great team than to have the best together and they can make the worst team. So don't look at it that way. So qualifying for a position is not about what you brought out of university. You can you can be on the faculty, you can lead your faculty out, you can be anything. But if you lack that character to lead, you understand? It's just like if you say an armed robber, because he worked in a bank before, he has experience, so automatically because of that qualification, is qualified to lead the CBN. No, a Emefiele character.
What you are trying to tell us now
that actually you said I finish it. Emefiele character for Kaba to even agree to even renew his tenure, you know that he was qualified for their purpose, not for the purpose of Nigeria as the custodian of the monetary institution. So apart from that, he was a competitor. You carry a competitor to go and be a regulator. Abba. You understand?
So are you taking his achievement as head of Zenith Bank over the years that he didn't do nothing? So is that what you are telling us here? That all what you are doing,
commercial bank is not the same as central bank.
Listen to my question. Listen to this. My question. Are you saying that as a CEO or group managing director of Zenith Bank over the years, all what they are doing are manipulating the book? Listen to the question.
You don't want to
I want you to listen to my question. I understand you. I said I'm not against you on that. I'm trying to ask you a very simple question. My question is simple. All what the growth we're seeing in Zenith Bank, the branch is all nationwide, and he has been an aim of affair for a long time in Zenith Bank. Are you telling us that all those ones are packaged?
Yeah, we are telling you now. You are saying listen.
So it's fraud, right?
Wait, Farabale. Commercial bank mindset is different from a regulator's mindset. CBN is not for him to chase after profit. If for him to develop the economy, it's a non-profit organization just to regulate, to make sure everything is okay. But someone that is a commercial banker, the mindset is always to make profit. It's just a regular capitalist that want to maximize profits by every crooks and means, just raise money. He carried the same mindset down to CBN. And what he was doing in the bank was exactly what he's doing there. When I tell you that you don't make a commercial, because when you make a commercial banker, the CBN, whatever he did in his former bank, you put him in a position to cover his tracks. You put him in position to favor his former banks. So then, not only that he did that, for example, not only that he did that, he now introduced the most dangerous dimension that we've ever witnessed in the issue of the country. You understand? You started dashing your people money, the cabal, to the extent. Okay, tell me the first CBN governor that went to Caribbean that private jet followed and came back, started accusing one online exchange agency that is the one speculating.
It seems that you don't get it.
No.
You not get it at all.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised if you like.
You do not get my argument. You do not get it. And if you do not get my argument, there's no reason.
Qualification for CBN position is.
I'm not talking about qualification alone. Oh God, man! I think I just right now you are talking. I went to check Cardoso work experience. He also worked in the banking sector, commercial bank, in Merchant Bank. He also worked there. But now that he's the CBN governor, so if you say somebody that work in the commercial bank,
he's not qualified.
What part of it don't you want you guys do not get, okay, you can continue. Nothing to argue about here, to be frank.
Let me tell you, Remy, when we say this guy work in the commercial bank, you should be very careful and understand when we say commercial bank. When you are regarded as even co-owner, be careful. You get to a level that your share is so significant that you are as good as the owner of the same bank. That you are like a co-owner. That's the point. It's just like they say, okay, you have a judge. He has children that is dealing in illicit business, and there's a case in the court now. You understand? And involve all those children. And the next thing, you want that person now to preside. No, you don't do that. That is the point of you carrying someone that works.
So I check Cardoso now. He once started a Citizen Bank in Nigeria. He worked with Citibank, Chase, and all those. They are all commercial banks. And today he's a CBN governor. What I'm trying to say is simple. What I'm trying to say is very simple. That achievement from his past experience, you can't take it away from him. In actual appointment, he's studying his duties not very well. I accepted totally that he didn't perform very well.
I told you that Sanusi worked in First Bank, and we see the record. There were two Sanusi. There were two Sanusi.
It's like you are contradicting your position. You are contradicting.
Make a point. No. Now there was a Joseph Sanusi, and there was Soludo, and there was Lamido Sanusi as the CBN governor. Go and look at those records. The only person that has been the best so far that I can point to, since I can say, okay, this is the CBN governor, has been Soludo.
Why? Give us 2 or 3 reasons why you pick him as the best.
Because he was a neutral person.
That is the only reason? Are you kidding me? Oh no, I don't.
Okay. You are telling me that.
Give me concrete reason.
Okay. That man is a core economist. And it's a policy. Most things they do around.
You are just talking about his qualification, and you tell me what he did during his time that you can just whether about the monetary policy, about whatever he has to do. Tell me something that you are a banker and you are in Nigeria. Probably I don't know whether you are in Nigeria or not during his when he was a CBN governor. Give me 2 or 3 reasons.
How many banks were in Nigeria before? Probably, I think, if I remember, about 89.
I understand the recapitalization of the bank. Some bank also went under during its recapitalization, in which they are going to do another one at the end of this year or next year. So when they do that, that will be merger and acquisition. So I just want you to give me 2 or 3 reasons why you think this guy is the best CBN governor ever Nigeria ever had. Just give us during his time, he did this, he did that, and everybody. At least everybody here we knows him, and if we agree with you, fine. But telling us just to say he's the best governor just like that. I'm not here to support MFL. I'm not here to, all what he did, especially during Warri regime, was totally condemnable. But what I'm just trying to say is that sometimes in appointing a person into a position, before you can appoint somebody, you have to look at his work experience. You have to look at his qualification. That's what I'm trying to say. You cannot take him away. Maybe at that particular moment, they thought he's the best among the candidates they shortlisted. And they gave him the position. But you're not coming here that, okay, they should have appointed people that work with commercial bank. All of them work with commercial bank. The present governor also work with commercial bank. Not one. He even funded another commercial bank by himself. That's what I'm trying to say. On that angle, you contradict your position. So you can go ahead.
You see, if you will let me talk, you understand. There is a correlation between good fiscal policy and monetary policy. You understand? If your monetary policy is bad, if your fiscal can neutralize it, it's good. But it's even better when the two are good at the same time. When this guy, before Soludo came, our banks in Nigeria were unable to fund any serious projects that will say, okay, that will grow the local industry. Because we have some banks that probably they don't even have more than $1 billion. And all they do was just to give money at a very ridiculous rate. You understand? And that they were mismanaging depositors' money. So those were the kind of banks that you will take your money there today and tomorrow you will go there and you won't be able to get your money back. This guy look at, okay, how can we help our banks in Nigeria to fund businesses in Nigeria, to fund local businesses? Okay, the best way to do is to recapitalize so that they will have that financial base to be able to sponsor bigger projects. When they did that recapitalization, there was a correlation between the small to medium scale business growth, even though people will say, oh, bank in Nigeria don't give a small scale, medium scale business money. No, not like that. there was a correlation between the growth of medium scale then and the recapitalization of Nigeria. It was after the recapitalization that fintech, when they started adopting all those kind of ATM, internet banking, when banks started having a robust data center. So a lot of things just came out of the banking reform that Soludo did. So that time, it became a situation whereby, okay, look at this guy that go mismanage money that was challenging DSTV that time. As a result of what Soludo did, you hear of one person that is manufacturing a car in Unewi today. Before that time, they were able to even fund all those stuff. A lot of real estates that the bank invested money into today, they didn't have that money those days. So that's what that guy did. The guy just changed the landscape of banking industry. So what he did was not only thing that was noticed in Nigeria, it was noticed internationally.
If you remember that time, even banks are begging people to come and take loan.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, they were begging. In fact, they came to our association that time, NMA, that we should come and borrow money.
Exactly.
And they used the association as collateral, so they were giving members money. No, exactly. Most people that time, they invested the money in stock. And they take
man, a friend of mine came to me and said, maybe go. They were collecting 10 million in at Access Bank. Let's go to Access Bank. Let's go at Access 10 million. If you say I access that 10 million, maybe if I don't say we have don't run away from that country because I don't enter trouble.
What is the interest of loan during his time? And if I don't want to go back to that again because I went ahead and checked some of his achievements. I did not say he underperformed, but we cannot say here is the best CBN governor because we have to look at all those past CBN governors. We also have to look at energy. Yeah, I mean,
let me tell you one thing. It's under Soludo that we started achieving all this interbank processing.
Well, you should also remember that Nigeria was lucky that when during his term, 2004, the telecommunication industry is well rooted at that time.
Yeah, this is the way to just rubbish someone achievement.
No rubbish it. Come on, don't you accept that because of that?
No, Remy, that's a very weak argument.
I'm not. What I'm just trying to say is that when you look at the rest of the world, no, listen. When you look at the rest of the world that time, digital banking was evolving very fast, and it's coming to Africa too. And
an attempt to discredit Soludo is why
I'm not discrediting him. Why should I do that?
As you are here, I can give you encyclopedia of what Soludo did that you won't be able to finish. I just summarize now, and you are finding every way to discredit this man.
I went and did my own research.
Wait now, when this guy and Okonjo-Iweala, not only they work for Nigeria. After they work for Nigeria, international organization, they call them. They became major consultants to most international institutions. What are you talking? It's just like Sam Aluko those days. Did you know there's a country that Sam Aluko was the one that wrote the entire economy policy, and that country is better than Nigeria today in terms of productivity. So when you want to discredit our people, sometimes you look. Listen. Soludo to me, I don't know. Yours is a Mefele. I know it's good, but
no.
I don't know of another person has been the best CBN governor.
Stop it right there.
I can say.
I don't like.
I can do my right from the left.
I don't like the way you argue that way. My premise was not based on their achievement. My premise was based on people.
Why are you blackmailing?
Oh, then blackmail me unnecessary.
Okay, sorry.
So you when I mentioned,
if you want to blackmail anybody, use Emefiele.
yeah, you like to blackmail people.
You just use Emefiele to rubbish him.
When I mentioned Emefiele achievement as Zenith Bank growth, you also discredited him. Fine, but I'm not discrediting Soludo. You said he was the best governor.
There are something we cannot talk online. There's a difference. Let me tell you one thing. When you say we were all in the same industry.
Can we say Ole Nlawa, Ole Kekere wa, Ole Kekere in small bank at there one be by saying because you know let Ole Nla. So
show we are so defending. The thing is this.
We know call the bank, you know call Nigeria.
She our you.
And you're now seeing you. If you come up Oko Wako now, Canada. Oko Nigeria,
what you want me GTB? Did they let me riba?
Ìgbà tí wọn náà lọ gọ kàrà ó lọ fi ATM card ó lọ fi dẹmọ fọmọ gẹ àbí wọn wá mọ pé ní
ATM card mi dání wọn gbé two USSD ni wọn dẹ gbé wọn má jẹ kí ẹ máa sọ yẹn mọ.
wàá lọ sí báńkì wàá lọ máa ṣẹ́jú sọmọ gé ìyá ẹlẹ ti mú ẹ mọ́lẹ̀.
But what? Okay, we just leave. Actually, what Emefiele did was totally condemnable. To be frank, in fact, I have a problem with Nigeria today, no. And a lot of Nigerians don't understand. I discovered one thing that majority of our people, right.
Emefiele was not qualified to be the CBN governor. Forget. I know you are talking about Cardoso. You know, I'm not even talking of Cardoso. It's not. I'm not. That's why I want to stay on topic. I don't want to say what about. Emefiele destroy our monetary institution. Escalation of what Emefiele did today is the reason why why Naira was floated, that Naira ballooned up to that level. You understand? If Emefiele had not messed that particular office, probably we won't even be talking of floating Naira the way we floated. Naira floating was a kind of long-term solution to what the like of Emefiele did. Don't forget that Abacha did the same thing too. Abacha did the same thing. But the only thing about Abacha is it was a personalized looting. So, but that of Emefiele was, that one he expanded. Abacha concentrated his soul, but this guy just fragmented it. Follow me to Caribbean, go and celebrate birthday. At the end of the day, come and be blaming Aboki online. That is the one speculating. Is the one that is making a Naira for. So, to me, Emefiele, man, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say about that guy. Desiani and Emefiele, they are supposed to be husband and wife. And when you put those people together, just be checking your building. Building to one near street you want to when you know one be I carry a lot. Tọ́ba gbọ́ pé free nídìí ọ̀kẹ́ alọ́kó ló ń kígbe ọmọ àparò tó wà lábẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tó ń gbin kà Emefiele ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Okay, ó dàgbò ti sún everybody bóyá ká ju kí ní ìsẹ́yìn.
No, I ṣe máa jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ topic of the day gogo.
Change to different topic. I think we're tired of the bank.
The topic of the day was that Olabayo Adewole of SDP is trying to say that.
About sọ̀rọ̀ investment.
No, I'm not doing. I want to. I came up. Like Remy said, I came up because I was hoping that one man will bring Adewole back on the program. Because I have some questions for him to answer. In regards to this actual topic about people, because at the beginning he was welcoming people with he welcomed people with open arms. Oh, everybody is welcome. It's a party for everyone. Now we're saying that it's not for the homeless politicians that were ditched by Tinubu. So I'm like,
I think the reason why he's
No, he thought that we come to support him to be president.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think the problem he's having is that it's quite glaring that it seems that PDP might not give Atiku that ticket. And Atiku, with all his power, they will muzzle him out from SDP.
Which Remy, which honestly for PDP's future is the right decision.
Yes,
that party can afford another Atiku president on their plan.
If they allow, they already said that if they allow that on that part, we just split.
And they are done. That's the end of PDP then. So I don't blame them for doing that. I don't say that. I'm just saying that Adewole being the face of the SDP. I don't think
and another thing that surprised me is that you, Atiku, you still want that PDP ticket, but you're already doing your coalition by yourself. You are the front runner. You are the one dictating the game. You do not even carry that PDP along. That means you yourself. You are thinking that if they don't give you that one, you already started doing your anti-party.
Yeah, but Remy, here's the thing. Here's the problem. If Atiku stays in the PDP, I still believe that he's going to find until he wins the that guy. You remember what happened in last primary? I just don't see anybody strong enough to challenge this guy in the PDP in the primaries. I don't name me one person in any prominent individual in the PDP.
You know the primary they did the last time. It was a coup against Wike, to be frank.
Right, number one.
Yeah, and that thing they don't break that party. And if he's coming back again as per 2027, probably at the age of 81, and you still want that party ticket again, I think the party will just disintegrate immediately.
But that's the point I'm making. If you want it, you will get it. That's what I believe that's strong.
You can get it whether by cruise or because then they will now do solidarity of the Northwest or whatever they are doing like that. And by that time, most people would have moved away. So at the end of the day, nobody's going to carry his cross for him. So I think the best thing for him to do is just, I don't know why Africa may just resign. Just leave it over. You've tried 6 solid times, my God, 6 times.
But how do you tie it in with the SDP? I'm trying to understand what they get. Is it that Rufai went there first?
Because the SDP chairman is a close ally of Rufai. They are friends. So they are like, but unfortunately for Rufai and the rest, all the other executives in that place, probably they are pro Adewole or Adewale, what is his name. So no matter what, if you go there, it's going to be a big infighting there too. It's going to foment a lot of crisis. And
you see that they are friends. But if Atiku is coming, that means, and the guy from the north, right? That means they have to get rid of his friend.
Yes, that means they will get rid of Adewole, what happened.
No. I mean the party chairman has to go then in the SDP if Atiku is going to come in, because you can't have a northern party chairman.
Are you kidding yourself? What happened in 2023 in PDP? Is the party chairman from the north and the presidential candidates also from the north? So they can also do like that. So this guy that is crying now, blah 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 blah. They have already checkmated. Before you know it, they will throw you out. So that's what you can do. So you don't allow this kind of people to just come to your party and start dictating to you just like that. Well, he allowed it. Is it not the person talking now? Is changing his voice because you already know that it seems that PDP will not give him. And if he comes to SDP as because somebody said something, they say Rufai is a placeholder for Atiku in SDP. And no matter what, if Atiku knows that he's not going to get it in PDP, bet sure he's going to get that SDP. So the best thing for Adewole is that start shopping for another party if you want to contest again. And go, or I don't know what he's going to do. Ola say something now.
Oh, that's I just, but and
it's really interesting.
Let me tell you, Atiku know what is going to happen all those consultations that he's doing is already looking for an alternative platform.
Yeah.
If you see, a lot of PDP are against Atiku now. If you watch the last interview granted by this Lagos man, what is his name that usually George, he was speaking and lambasting Atiku.
The man lost his mind.
So I think Atiku will defect from PDP to go and look for an alternative platform. That's what.
So which alternative platform? Going to
let me tell you, if they are still doing that, that means they are serving in the hands of Tinubu. That's what is going to. That's what is happening.
You know what? They showed their card too early. The way he's playing politics, that means not a good strategy.
The only way, Remy, the only way Atiku not contesting will be at the detriment of Tinubu. It will affect Tinubu if Atiku is not contesting. And the only way that if PDP is able to pull Obi back, then it's going to be in their favor.
But if they pull Obi back, do you think PDP will make Obi the presidential candidate?
I have a question.
They can't pull him back to come and be vice president now.
Yeah.
They can only pull him back to come and be there.
I have a question, Simba. Do you believe that Obi is waiting for Atiku to leave? Like it's already entertaining offers from the PDP that they want to push Atiku out.
It will be too dumb to believe that Atiku will just one tenure and then handed him.
No, I'm saying if Atiku leaves the party, that's what I'm saying. If Atiku now shows up tomorrow and says, I'm a member of SDP, do you think that it will be more likely that Obi then returns to the PDP for the?
It's possible. It's possible. Obi might also go to SDP. Yeah.
No, I mean
no PDP. He's talking about
PDP. If Atiku leaves the PDP, does that create an opening for Obi to return back to the PDP? What I'm asking.
No.
That would be before he will go. That would be some agreement that okay, if you are going to give me the ticket, but if he's just going on his own, thinking
they won't give him nothing. They won't give him nothing. It should, if I will be, stay with your LP and be their presidential candidate. If you are going to PDP, PDP will not give you the presidential candidate. They will also not give you the VP slot. Because it will be among all those governors. They will panic that South will get the VP and probably the Northern candidate will get the presidential slot. If you go back there, they will rubbish you more. They won't give you nothing. Because they know that election is not the same thing every 4 years. That 2020 that you have.
Let me tell you this. You know, if all these candidates, if they can actually abandon their ambition and get one of them, be it Atiku or B or whoever, because Nigerians, the way I see their reaction is like they are tired of Tinubu and they are ready to vote for, in fact, a worse candidate than Tinubu. They just want to get rid of
everybody knows the winning ticket to defeat Tinubu.
No, you can't say that. Totally
listen, Remy, an Atiku will be ticket will defeat Tinubu. Let's be honest. If they run it back again, those two, that is, there's nobody else, they'll win. Why they can't see that is what I don't understand.
I think I don't really agree with you that way.
They can't.
You are not factoring a lot of stuff into consideration. You are just saying literally they can't, because the reason why they cannot, I will tell you, is because there are so many big players in the APC ready for 2031. You will see their muscle too. You will see the power of the incumbency. You will see this is not Jonathan era. When Jonathan was there are so many factors against him. He has ruled for almost 6 years and he wants to go again. So on moral angle, a lot of Nigerians say, no, you shouldn't contest anymore. This is supposed to be the turn of the North. And if Atiku want to go again in 2027, a lot of people will say, Buhari spent 8 years. Do you think it's easy? It's not so easy. It's not casting goal that, okay, Atiku and Obi should just join together and immediately they'll just vote for them and they'll be. No, it's not going to be easy that way. And things are changing in Nigeria little by little. And 2 years is still a long time. Maybe by the end of next year, oh no, maybe the price of food would have crashed to the millionaire's level. So at least Nigerians are crying for food. If food is cheap, what next? So the politicians too are smart now. So I think we are just looking at it from literally that I don't believe that Atiku and Obi,
because Remy, you are looking at what are those things that work against Jonathan that time, but you don't look at what was also working for him. Jonathan was lucky that time because economy was not in serious tattered the way it is now.
I'm talking about 2015. I'm talking about 2015 election.
But you know that time we are just entering the crisis, so people have not felt it so much. You understand? If you look at it, the margin that time it was less. It was just like 2.5 million. I think Warri got like 15 million. Just.
But you are also not looking at the space of PDP itself, where majority of the governors they don't want this guy.
Yes, now even that PDP is not in good shape.
Ola, why did you say that Atiku and Obi 2027 will win Tinubu?
Not me.
No, it's BT that said it. It's BT.
Oh, Baba T, can you explain? If it's me, you people will tell me to explain.
Okay, so let me tell you why about that. So what I'm saying is the best chance the opposition has, like because Remy said they have to come together. And that's the best. And I said the best chance that they have, the best combination that can even defeat Tinubu. That's even possible.
Politics is not done like that.
Yeah. So if they can find a way to come together, that's the best chance that they have to defeat him. Any other combination, I don't see it. Is the point I was trying to make that for the opposition. But unfortunately, they are divided.
Babati, you mean Atiku and Peter Obi?
That's the best chance.
That's the best chance ever.
Best chance
That's
right. That was their best chance, my friend. It was that 2023 election.
No, Remy. It can still work for this time.
No.
Who is Remy, hold on. Who is popular? Who is popular that can defeat Tinubu? Who?
Nobody. Even if they come together this 2027.
Remy, I said the best chance.
Okay, let me
explain. That's the best they can do. That's what I'm saying. That's the best.
He said the P2B and the Atiku is the best option.
No, not option. Chance. Not option. Chance.
Okay, chance that can defeat Tinubu.
Yes.
Okay, let me say this. In 2023, if P2B and Atiku have contested, they wouldn't have won.
How do you know? If all this G5 is not there, they could have won.
Hold on. If PDP, the whole of PDP are together, like Wicked them, Bobo them, all of them together.
The G5.
Maybe, hold on, maybe they would have given Tinubu run for his money. But one thing you would understand in politics is that your opponent is not just watching you. Nobody knew why PDP scattered in 2023. If they were together as a party, including Wicked them, Okowa them, everybody together as one, and Atiku is the president, it might be very close, but probably they wouldn't have won. Do you know why?
Why?
APC would have used not don't do finish, not one continue. And it will resonate. Why? Because at that point, Nigerians didn't like Buhari. He left as the most hated. So APC would have used that to run. And people would have been saying, but it's APC that finished with it. But it's not an amount, it's our person. Then Atiku, again, no. they would have given Tinubu run for his money, but it would have been close, but Tinubu would have still won. Now, back to 2027. From the way you people are talking, I think you people are seeing...
And Zita, to agree with you, there won't be anything like obedience and all those shenanigans that we have.
Yes, yes.
There won't be.
Then, forward to 2027, from the way you people are speaking, I think you people are seeing Obi as a candidate to reckon with, right?
Obi is your brother, my sister.
Wait, let me
don't
finish.
Don't let obedience come
Let
for
me
you.
finish. I don't care. Everybody in this platform and outside of this platform knows my stand on Obi. It's not a new thing. But let me say this. When it comes to Obi, I will keep saying it. If you not like, you not believe me. If you not like, you not believe me. The circumstances that gave Obi that 6 million votes is no longer there. I repeat, the circumstances, if it is still there, it is a little bit fizzle, because you see, politicians do a lot of funny things. When the time is approaching now, they will start sharing money to their constituents. And it is us. That's why I say the system is meant for us, that it shouldn't work because we don't work. So it remains with us. When election is coming now, you will see them going to their constituency, galvanizing boys, giving them money. Now, in 2023, there was so much hate for the establishment who worked for Obi. Muslim ticket, he worked for Obi.
Madam Isida, sorry for cutting you, but the hatred has built up more now.
Hold on, I'm coming to the hatred. Just calm down. Yeah. Calm down. You know, there is what is called reverse psychology. That is what that hatred will do in 2020. When I talk finish, make una the right and down. No. The moment a northerner come out to contest against Tinubu and is galvanizing weight, you will see what they call reverse psychology. Don't worry. Let me finish. You people are making me lose my thought. Muslim ticket is went for Obi. Ethnic bias went for Obi. What is the next thing?
Religious.
That is the Muslim ticket now. What is the health? They use physical strength went for him. Now, let me start from the bottom. Physical strength. This man has overlived. They thought he would slump and die. He didn't slump and die. He's still alive. Probably will be jumping from one rally to another in 2027. Nobody knows. Nobody is God. But that one has been buried. Muslim ticket. Nigeria, as you people can see, has not been Islamized. Christians are still doing their shenanigans, doing their things in their own corner, doing the shit they have been doing since God knows how long. Nobody is interfering. In fact, Tinubu and Shetima don't even know whether they exist. That one is knocked off. Now, ethnicity is no longer going to work because it's now South. Wike and his conglomeration of gangsters has picked it South-North. It has worked. So that one is knocked out. Then health. Which other one? Health for establishment. Now, that health of establishment, any politician who wants to capitalize on that will be extremely careful. Because if you show, I can tell you that most people that voted for Tinubu in 2023 voted them because of what what is Obi supporters we are saying. It angered most people. If you do hate for establishment and run with it, some people in the South will remind you that you have to give this man time to sort out what your brother in the North did to Nigeria. That at that point, the dance will change. The rhythm of the dance will change. So, hate for establishment is not actually what somebody used to run. Instead of you hating the establishment, bring out 1 or 2, 3 things you know that the establishment did very wrong. And tell the Nigerians a visible antidote to that thing. It might not be what you will do if you get there, but give them a visible antidote to that thing. Not
Madam Sita, what of the suffering in the land?
Is there any time Nigerians are not suffering? Wasn't there suffering when... Why are you people laughing now? When I talk, when I go laugh. Is there any time that we are suffering when
Didn't APC
continue ruling? Buhari gave them what I call physical suffer. But APC won. So that suffering, that's why I said politicians are very tricky. When it comes now, you will see them going to their constituents and start galvanizing those boys.
Sharing money.
They will start sharing money. Because it is us. When they start sharing the money, none of them is going to ask.
The kind of government Nigerians wanted is somewhere like Warri. Oh, he been power, you give them food. Oh, we need water, you give. And that was what he did throughout the 8 years. He was just palliating up. He was not coming up with any policy that moved that country forward. Printing money,
let me tell you.
borrowing money.
No,
don't say
that about Buhari. I might not like Buhari. You might not like Buhari, but Buhari did few things. I will not stand here and watch you and say that Buhari did 8 years without doing things. There were a lot of things Buhari did that I applaud him for. He did what I called completing the uncompleted projects. It is very difficult. Let me finish now before I start to abuse me. I don't even care.
Yeah, go on now. We are not talking.
Completing the uncompleted project. Buhari was one of the presidents in Nigeria that came and look at projects his predecessor left behind. Look at the ones that make sense. Even the ones he just started because he wanted to win an election. But it makes sense. He continued it and made sure he finished. If every president in Nigeria will be doing that, we will get somewhere. Most of those projects were not in his name, which he too acknowledged. He didn't start it, but he never abandoned them. Why don't you give him credit to that? If he abandoned, would you have slapped him? Of course, you wouldn't have. This chaos that is happening in Zamfara and Kebbi and Nasarawa, if you see rice mill that man built for them there, for those farmers, I'm sure by now they must have burnt under all those things. He made sure that Nigeria started exporting some certain crops that has been abandoned over the years. That Jonathan tried to resuscitate when he was trying to campaign. But the man saw that in as much as it's a campaign thing, but it makes sense. He continued them. Are you talking about a Niger bridge? What about, what do they call it? Bini, is it Bini or a road? What do you call it? Lagos?
Yeah, he worked on railway too. Yeah, he did railway too.
The bypass from when you are going from Lagos to the east, the bypass, he finished it. Is it Lagos-Kaduna road? He did it. What about the rail? These are projects that make sense. He didn't abandon them. And if he had done it, would you have beaten him? He would have been in his house now picking his teeth, and you will still not do anything. So Buhari wasn't that bad. It's just that towards the end of, I don't know, him and the Nefel, I don't know what they were, as if they were behaving like witches. So the anger, I don't know whether he did it for Tinubu to fail. I just don't know. But the important thing is that he left very hated. That is the reason. But still, they won. So they still the one. So if anybody is coming to run on anger for establishment, if you run on anger establishment, there's people in the south, people like Wike, that their mouth to run like diarrhea. We remind you that it was Buhari that destroyed the place for 8 years, that it will take this one 8 years to finish it.
Madam Sita, in your analysis now, everything that works for Obi then has nearly been defeated by you. Let me say by you, because some people will argue with you. So if they are doing like this, the combination they want to do now, what's still going to end it? That means they will still fail, isn't it?
People don't know what is politics. Okay. I said this yesterday. Some people were abusing me from the comment section. Let me give you people. I want to ask somebody a question. I know that before 2019, most Nigerians didn't know Obi. True or false? Hello?
You are right. You are right. Yeah.
And I know that, I won't exaggerate, among those Nigerians that never heard about Obi, don't know Obi as at 2019. Meanwhile, he was a governor of a state for 2 years. Among those people, I'm not saying the whole Nigeria, I'm talking about among those who did not know Obi as at 2019, I'm sure 50% or 40% of those people know who is called Donald Duke. Mark my word, I'm not exaggerating. Now, let me play the political game for you people. I hope you people will understand. Let's assume that in 2019, Atiku, obviously he can't do that because they don't want anything that will work for Nigeria, picked Donald Duke. This Obasanjo that tried, always claiming to be helping to make sure that Nigeria will work, always looking for people who will answer him, sir.
National man. He's a national man.
Refuse to get old and sit at home. If Obasanjo in 2019, when Atiku has gone to apologize and try to get him on his side, if he has told Atiku, if he's truly a nice person that actually wants Atiku to win, if he has told Atiku, go and pick Donald, he's somebody that is like Abarushon in Nigeria. This your 2019 campaign with him will bring him forward. Even if they did not win that election, fast forward to 2023, let's be honest with ourselves. Donald Duke come out and had followers like Peter Obi. With everything going on his side, that election would have been so tough. You know why? I'm sure you people don't know. Because of Donald Duke. The problem of Peter Obi is not anywhere. I will keep saying it. The problem of Peter Obi walking into Aso Rock is not anywhere. It's in Peter Obi. Every other thing can go for him. But who is Peter Obi? That's the question anybody doesn't want to answer. The moment you ask them, they start abusing you. Let me play another scenario. Buhari ran several times, and Atiku has been running several times. How many times has people gone to bring Atiku to contest? Twice. I mean, Gabana is behind him. This is the second time. The first time was in 2019 that he came out. People galvanized everybody. Today, not today. Let's go do it. Everybody was bringing their money, everything. The second time was 2023. And I can assure you, he will not get that galvanization again. That's gone. But if you people don't believe me, well, don't abuse me, but continue not believing me. But Buhari only once in his life did people galvanize against him, galvanize for him. What I mean by people galvanize is politicians, your co-politicians. That I'm not talking about grassroots now. I'm talking about co-politicians that have affluence, have their own constituency, come to you and say, we support you, let's do that. Buhari, it was only once. I'm playing a scenario for you people so that you guys will understand how politics work. And he won. Do you know why he won? Because of the man called Buhari. When you finish saying everything, talk everything, who is Buhari? He did this, he did this, he did it. He was the one that did it. He was the one that made us to stand in a straight line. He was the one that was flogging people. Hey, he will make things cheap. He will force people to. That is Buhari. That he went there, he did not perform wonders. That's okay. Although his wife warned us. The wife said, this is civilian regime, not military. He cannot single-handedly take decisions on his own, which is true, but Nigerians don't listen when people talk anyway. They will later abuse you. Everybody was expecting him to perform the wonders he performed when he's the military man. Now, somebody will ask, Zita, what are you saying? What about Atiku? Twice. Heavy galvanization. He lost. Do you know why? Who the heck is Atiku? A man who cannot hold his word. A man who is like a Obono. A man who is slimy, sneaky, cunning. And he's not doing that just to one person. He can do it to anybody. That is Atiku. So now I hope I have presented the picture very well.
No, Madam Sita. So who is Peter Obi? You haven't tell us that. You tell us who is Atiku is.
And now, at
So
least
what
I
is
don't
working?
try.
What
I don't tell you
you
who
are
they
saying?
Buhari. I don't
You
tell
are
you
saying
who
something is Peter Obi working against himself. So what is working against him?
It's Peter Obi.
Himself.
Mm-hmm. Nothing is working against him. It's Peter Obi. You see, in life.
So, are you saying that? Let's prove further. Are you saying that he does not understand how to handle like the opportunities given to him? Like he doesn't understand what he's doing or how to manage.
No, Babati is more than that.
It's more than that.
He's not giving us.
Can you dive deeper into what you mean by that? I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
Yes,
Let
she
me dive
doesn't
deeper.
want to open up.
She can open
I'm
up.
sensing that.
Which one be why?
We will
I
not
have
call
said a lot
you a
of.
witch.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
we will not call you a witch, I promise.
See, because of Peter Obi in this platform, I've been called a prostitute. I've been called a witch.
I
I've
know.
been
We
called
will
a
not call you that
devil.
one now. We will not call
Wait
you.
now, I don't care. No hard feelings. I don't care. You see, let me tell you people something. Let me deviate a little. Some people will be wondering, this woman is a very strong woman. We abuse her, she still calm. She says what she wants to say. She doesn't care. She will say it anyway. no matter what you call her, she doesn't care. Unless you call her family. When you bring her family, that's when she reacts. I am somebody who grew up, most times I say things people don't like. They don't always hear what they want to hear from me. And then when you are that in my office, when they do everything, my GM wants me to say something. Why? Because I say something different. I will be the one to see that thing that is wrong that nobody saw. And if you say it is not wrong, it's right, I won't say again, no, I'll keep quiet. I've been there for 4 years now. At a point, they didn't call me a wish.
You will wait for the outcome.
Yes, they weren't calling me a wish, but they turned it to somebody who is detailed. So what am I saying in essence? I've said a lot of things about the man here. And most people who hate me in this platform hate me because I did not support the man. Not because they will come up with what you used to say about your Igbo people. What I said about Igbos, I did not regret it. I tripled and doubled and quadrupled on it. Same thing I said about the Yorubans. I tripled and quadrupled and doubled on it. I don't care. But it's not something I say often. Because Igbo issue is not something that comes often here because it's not political. It's not politics. But anytime you bring Obi, I still stand my ground. Now, somebody will ask me, dive deeper. I don't even know why you people want me to dive deeper. Are you not following? Didn't all of us follow the 2023 election? I said here yesterday that go and pull back the video when he went to Erewa. I think this is called Erewa, right? The northern group. That feels
yes,
like
Arewa. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That feels like what do they call them? Special priesthood. That I give it to them, they organize themselves so they can feel that way. That every presidential candidate will have to talk to them. And they're asking questions and we tell them what is in for them. They have to understand your policies. Go and pull when Obi went to them. When Tinubu went, when Atiku went, it was all about politics and policies. When Obi came, he became a personality something. Go and pull out the video, it's still there.
I remember, Madam Sita. We played it
the
here.
Questions they were asking him, they were not asking him, what are you going to do when so thing happen? How are you going to handle this crisis here? They were asking him personal questions on what he did and did not do. That spells volume. For somebody in politics, that is big. For your information, that man, they picked him in 20. PDP win handsomely in Southeast. PDP lost almost 200,000 votes in 2019 in Southeast, but that man was the vice presidential candidate. So what makes you think that the vote he got in Igbo land is because of his personality, not because of the situation? Almost all the situation is gone now. So let's watch. If I'm not making sense to you people, let's watch. Let me tell you people, the kind of, okay, let me give you an example. You people know that the Pope is dead now, right? Hello.
Yeah, the Pope is dead. Yeah, I know. I'm rooting for Sarah, by the way. That's my pick. But go ahead.
Okay. I'm a core Catholic. And when I say I'm a core Catholic, you should understand. When somebody like me say I'm a core Catholic, so I know the good, the bad, and the ugly. When that man started talking the way he was talking, it started 2 years ago. He fired the Archbishop of where in US that time. That one challenged him. He fired him. I said, this guy is controversial. That is not in line with the... At a point, I came to this platform at a point. I made a joke. I said, what are they putting in his coffee? Everybody laughed. That was when he said they should bless gay people. I said, somebody is somewhere dosing his coffee. 1 month ago, I had a heated argument with 3 of my Catholic. One is a Reverend sister, and one is a co-Catholic like me. They're in Canada. We had a heated argument. And I told the Reverend sister that I'm surprised that, what did I say? I said they kill. That's the word I use. And they were so mad at me. I wanted to bring to the time of the astronomers and everything and what happened. They abused me, had their eye. And I said, but we are in Canada. There was a riot 2 or 3 years ago about children, dead children that were zoomed. Who is in Canada here?
Ola is in Canada.
That they zoomed in a cathedral. It caused riot. And this Pope came out and apologized. I don't know how they ended that matter. You can Google it. So I said he's controversial. And I said they go buy him. These people abused me. Oh. Then he fell ill. Pneumonia, double pneumonia, triple pneumonia. Before he fell ill, they told him to resign. He said he's not going anywhere. Go and read it too. I'm not saying it of my own. I'm saying from the intel, from what we read.
So are you suggesting that they want to...
Wait, I didn't suggest anything. I'm telling you the kind of things I say.
I don't know where you go. Okay.
I'm telling you the kind of things I say that put me into trouble. Okay? I'm not suggesting anything, please. These are the kind of things I say that get me into trouble at the end of the day. So
you are always in trouble now, Madam Sita.
And now people, some of my cousins and friends, sometimes they don't talk to me for months. Then they will come back and start talking to me. So when I call them, they won't pick my call. So I now said, when he said it, I said, these people are not relenting, no. Okay, let me tell you people, I'm not exaggerating, I'm not saying anything, no, but let me give you a tip of the iceberg. Common sense. Somebody is sick and is in the hospital. You write a resignation letter and come and give him to sign. What is the meaning of that? You people didn't know that? Okay. If you people didn't know that, didn't you people know that when he was in the hospital, they were doing parade on how to bury him? Of course, you people saw that one. Okay.
It was just poor prognosis now.
Okay, common sense. Somebody is sick, is in the hospital. The first thing you do is to write resignation letter. Resignation when you tell them to resign, when they say it's not going anywhere. If fall sick, you go write and tell them say sign. They say no, they sign. You go outside, they do parade. They practice how to bury him. For your information, that man took a salute on Easter Sunday. You people all saw him. And they eventually died of irrevocable heart attack. Where? So, my dear didn't say anything, no. But these are the kind of things, because when he fell sick, and he came out of the hospital. If you people like, I can forward the text message to you. That Reverend Sister and that lady, the professor in Canada, sent to me. Yeah, Zita, the man is alive. Oh, tell you said that they doze him. He's alive. Oh, you don't know what I replied to them. I can show you people my own reply, dated 27th of March. I replied them.
Madam Zita, I want to ask.
Let me finish. My response was, if I know them, I know they don't relent. Period. They won't give up. That was my response. And now those ladies are not talking to me. Okay, ask me what you want to ask me.
My question is this. How do they appoint the new pope? Is it like a court society? Or there are some
It's not a court. They vote. They vote blindly. It's a blind vote.
How many people vote? Is it all over the world? Or everybody converts to Rome?
80.
Do they vote? They vote online, or they have to go to
No,
Rome?
they go there. They're there. You can't vote for yourself.
So my next question, is there a chance that a black man would ever become a pope?
Why not?
Okay.
I already gave you a name now. That's Sarah. What's his name? From the one from
that man will not. Let me tell you
why
I said the man will not. Don't come back here.
No, that's my
call me
no. I'm not saying it's going to win.
Let me tell you why.
There are two. One from
Ghana. Remy, I didn't say it's going to win. I said that's my pick. Doesn't mean it's going to win.
Wait, let me tell you why. You see, the way Catholic Church run is that when they have a pope that dance off the track, they have to bring a pope that will bring the traditional Catholic back again. Then when that one die, they mistakenly bring the one that will run off the track. They bring another one to set the thing straight. So that's how they function. So this one is controversial. The next one will not be that controversial.
Well,
it might be from Italy.
No, I don't understand, because if you say Sarah is very conservative.
Who?
The cardinal from Guinea is very conservative. No, when they bring it back to tradition,
I don't want you to look. For one.
No, hold on. When you said if somebody goes astray from the doctrines of the church, the next person
we prefer.
Yeah, but
they will actually bring somebody.
Hold on. Let me finish. So, and there's no to bring that somebody back from where the last one straight to. Nobody on that is as conservative as Sarah. I've read all his teachings.
Okay, wait.
So
let me explain. Let me explain. When I mean to bring it back, Catholic wants to always be at the center, not far right. They always, because they're losing customers. So for decades now, the best, the favorite pope now, everybody's favorite, Pope John Paul.
John Paul II, yeah.
Yeah, he tried, he made them stay in the center. So that center was very comfortable for them because everybody then liked Catholic Church. Okay, because of the guy. So after him, they brought the one that resigned was kind of far right. They now brought this one to draw it back to the center. He went left, which is very dangerous. So now, back to your black man. What you acquired, you don't know what, you can never know much about it. But what you made, you know. I think I've answered your question.
let's just move on from that. I'm not.
I've asked your question. He can be. Well, if he is, we celebrate. But I think the one is going probably might be.
No. I was just because when you said to pull back, one would then I wanted to assume that if you say pull back, the default mode traditionally would be conservative.
No. It will be in the center. Not far right.
If you say modern times, like after the 19th century, okay, but
those telling all those if your wife put knife for your neck, one kid you cannot divorce him. All those ones. Those ones are far right.
So let me give you some of what I know about Sarah in terms of.
Where is he from, Seth?
He's from Guinea. So he's more. He's opposed to mass migration of people. He believes that changing demographic too fast. So it's like against that. He's against, of course, the LGBTQ community. So it's like a more.
Every pope is supposed to be against that. That one is not what
exactly. So when you label him as extremely fast, so it's just sticking to the doctrine of the church, conservative. So it's not like it's extreme. It's just sticking to what, because he will always say in the teaching that he's sticking to, if it's not in the Bible, it's irrelevant to him. It's always been his position. That is not
another category. They use that. These things are winning souls. It's just like the day I asked my dad, why can't an African country win World Cup? My father laughed. My father said, it's not that they can't, but I should realize that in its market. Who buys the market is very important.
People were winning souls when they were conservative, so I'm not really buying.
Listen, let me tell you, in Guinea, how many people are Catholics in Guinea? In Vatican, in Italy, how many people are Catholics? These are the things you put into consideration. But let's see how it goes. Not be by this time.
Then they have somebody else in contention. This guy from China. He's very liberal. He believes in LGBTQ. He actually welcomes it. He wants them.
I told you that thing probably is going to go to an Italian. Forget that thing. Those your Guinean. It might go to an, because they want to. I don't know how to explain it. They want somebody. They want
their chair back.
Yeah.
They want
somebody that their crowd. You don't. The Catholic Church now is in a precarious situation. It's not something you just go and say because he's black you put him there, or because he's Chinese you try to run down the church. So they will try to calm the situation down now, because this guy that died, remember, he's the first Argentine and the first what do they call them? This kind of reverend father to get up to that. And his leadership was not so pleasing. So you don't expect them to go that route again.
I was reading the New York Times today, and they talked about how the rise of conservatism and nationalism in Europe will affect that pick, because the church also wants to align themselves with this growing need to be conservative and to be anti-immigrant. So they put in many factors in.
That's what I'm telling you now. But the conservative is not going to be too far right.
Yeah, like just enough to please the extremists.
Italians there, right?
Yeah, just enough to please the national, that they feel that they have their things back that the so-called foreigners have stolen from them. So how much of the brotherhood in Christ, because they have because I had my in-law send me the thing the day I was talking to him.
I think that 10, right? 10 of them.
There are 19 eligible cardinals from Africa, 21 from Asia. And no, because you sent me the breakdown, and
it's only 3 that is in India. Where did you get your news from?
Two-third. No, because it's a 2/3 vote of 135. Yeah, so the Pope needs about 90 votes out of 135.
No, it's 80. It's 80 people that vote.
You sent me that today.
It's 80, that 80.
So you need 2/3 of that to win.
Oh, that 80, yes.
So conclave declines number 2816. Yeah, he sent me that today. So I'm like, yeah.
So we'll be waiting for the white smoke, right?
All that. I think
they call it Gambo, but that is self.
But as a former,
who asked that question? Is Simba? He has left. We did it in secondary school. Though. They told us it's a blind vote. They don't talk to each other. They don't speak to each other. You can't vote for yourself. The
one thing I always like about the Orthodox Church. I was born in the Catholic hospital. I was an altar boy when I was younger in the Catholic Church. I compared to the Pentecostal ministry. I mean, they were more impactful to society. I mean, they have their own flaws. Don't get me wrong, but in healthcare, education, even till now, the impact is there in my hometown, and they help so many people. And that's why I might not agree with the document. I might not be a member of that anymore. I understand that at the time they really did a lot of work to help people.
Somebody just came. Let the person speak. Maybe he came to say something.
I don't have
Midwest.
Midwest. Oh yeah, I can see you now. Hey, Midwest. I don't. Go ahead, man. I didn't see that. Or Mild West, not Midwest. Mild West.
Hello.
I think because you changed the topic to something.
He can say what he wants.
It's very easy. Mild West. Benin is the best. Is the best kingdom in the great Benin Kingdom Empire. Yeah, go. We know once you're from Benin, once you bring up kingdom, you know how that.
But I want to talk about Enugu State Governor. I think he's doing maybe pretty good job over there.
The guy don't join APC already now. The way the guy moved now,
No, because he knew Tinubu before. Probably.
I love his water project though.
Yes,
he's doing the water project. He brought this guy from.
And I like Enugu is a very peaceful state. No wala at all. Most people are just civil servant and they go their own thing, and their politics is not so bitter like that one of Anambra. So
he brought this landmark guy over there.
Fubara.
Fubara, we learned that he met Tinubu in London. Maybe go and beg.
Today?
Yeah, in the news. It's all over the news. When Tinubu was in London, he went and he met him there in London.
Oh, so does he have to wait that 6 months out? Is it to revert the 6 months?
I think the best thing for him to do is just to go and beg Wiki and the rest. So that
they cannot give Fubara that seat. No. They can't.
Once it comes back, they're going to impeach him now.
Because if they don't impeach him, it will continue to...
The trouble will continue. And
do you know his problem?
Is approaching.
He is too indecisive once he makes a deal with you, he does not stick to agreement. He is easily influenced.
Yes.
How can you make a deal like an individual? Fubara.
Is not a human being now. Who wants to keep such a politician with that kind of money? And then
you can't stick to an agreement. It's too. One day you say yes, one day you say no. What kind of man is this?
He won't be there. He won't be there. Forget it.
So even if it's begging now, how do you know when he gets back there, he will not go back to his old ways again? Can you guarantee that?
He will go back, no matter what happens. It will go back. When they give him a little space, he will go back to it. So the best thing for them to say, just impeach him. Let him just go.
Let them impeach him. They have enough to impeach him.
It's enough. How can you give Dash 300 million just like that? Is that the way they are spending Nigerian money? We are in deep shit.
And this is a man that is campaigning that we can say he should be giving him money. You see? These are 300 million. Just don't pay attention like to. But that you're quarreling with the ex-governor because he's asking you for money. And then you gave unknown people 300 million.
Do you think we can ever recover that money from NBA? They will have shares now among themselves.
No, if he give it in the name of the state, they should get it back.
That's what he did now, is he gave it as a gift. Not from his personal money now, it's River State money. He said it's a gift. And that conference was supposed to be held in Port Harcourt, but they moved it to Enugu. So
why is he giving them money if it's supposed to be held in Port Harcourt? Is it not to arrange place for them and pay their hotel?
Yeah, but they move it to Enugu. They move it to Enugu.
And when Enugu man gave them 200 million.
300, not 200. They moved
and
it to
Enugu man gave them how much?
That one did not, I don't know. Maybe did not give them nothing. But I don't know whatever.
By the way, sorry to segue away. Did you guys read the story about Traore Ibrahim?
They say another. Are the propaganda too much?
The guy is doing a lot of propaganda there.
Yeah. No, I'm asking because
you want to assassinate him every week, every day. Do you know? I read one that was quite funny. They said they gave somebody $5 million to go and buy him.
That is who now?
Took the money to him. Said, I would have paid you, but see, this $5 million. He put it on the table.
Which kind? This kind? That guy is just, he's too young, he's too petty.
Yes.
He's too petty. He just galvanizing people. They be telling, and then when you look at the place he's ruling, the place is still in shambles. He's entering the 3rd year now. The place is still nothing new. Every day, Ibrahim Traore cover nose like person who has coronavirus. They walk about. He go invite. I hear say the Ghana man the abuser saying they load good for Putin. They have cargo airplane that comes to load the good. Every day with the Ghanaian man.
By the time he perpetrates himself in power for the next 40 years and treating them, and nobody should complain.
I beg, tell us the story. You say he did what again? What's the story? They want to buy
no, because he had a press conference, and you remember the AFCON guy, the African, the American general, the black guy that is the Afro Commando, whatever it's called, was talking about Libya, and they exposed how they took out Gaddafi and the plans they have for Africa, which wasn't too pleasing. It was terrible. So it was now using that video, suggesting that they want to make him the next Gaddafi, that all Africa, pretty much calling all Africans to protect its country. You now have some African Americans, some black Americans now saying that if America does go over there, they're gonna fly over to Burkina Faso to defend Burkina Faso.
Let them fly now.
Listen, let me tell you, people. I'll make bold to say this, and I'm proud to say it. You see all this thing nonsense, all these they call themselves Sahel, all these small countries in Africa. They pocket. Listen, let me tell you, there is only 4 countries in Africa that interests Igbo people. The West. Believe me or not, you see South Africa, you see Kenya, you see Ghana, you see Nigeria. Nigeria, most importantly, if they actually want to take a country in Africa, it's these 4 countries that will first take. Not all these people. You see, when you people talk of gold, you talk of emerald, you talk of sapphire. This one they're talking about rare earth. Come to Nigeria. They know. The man is just kangaroo. What does his country?
Madam Zita, do we have that rare earth in large quantity in Nigeria?
Of course. What is rare earth now?
This country is
Remy, AI might be sorry. Remy, didn't you see the new?
Let me tell you. You know what is rare earth?
Yeah, of course I know now. They use it for all these laptop, phone, and everything, even for ammunitions and whatever.
They say Nigeria has 23. Did you watch the video that Nigeria and South Africa signed a deal in mining? Nigeria
have what?
Nigeria and SS signed the mining deal, I think a few days ago. And Nigeria has about 23 commercially viable, like a mineral that we can commercially.
Of course, no. I know that today.
So I'm saying that they put it out there. But my worry is, when they signed that deal with the SA, is it the white people from SA that were
let me tell you people,
or the black ones?
there
The white
is nothing special about rare earth. Rare earth is everywhere.
It's the black.
Please, when they say rare earth is everywhere. The only person we no understand where waiting be rare earth, now they go come they dig in country. Rare earth is rare. Earth has a lot of mineral in it. The most important thing is in the extraction. They say China export is the highest exporter of rare earth. It's not that China has the highest deposit. Then we claim that. Why? Because over the years, they developed the technology to refine, to mine and refine. So they are actually the only country, or will I say, among the few that can refine rare earth. You get the point. As you that place where you there now, if you dig the ground, you go get rare earth. If you dig those sands, they are refined and you get the so-called rare earth. So rare earth is everywhere. It's not anything special like that is a deposit. It depends on the one you are looking for. The one you are looking for might be more in some certain places and less in some certain places. That place that is less might have a different one too. So the whole world is scattered with rare earth. It depends on the one you are looking for. Like if you go to Borno State, it is a heavy deposit of sapphire. Heavily deposit. That's why they want to kill themselves finish. In fact, in that region, West Africa, go round, that Borno has the highest deposit of sapphire. Go and check it. And they're doing Boko Haram, Sambisa Forest, Sambisa. No Nigerian wants to ask. Everybody kept quiet. They will kill themselves finish there because of sapphire.
But AI, with this new deal that they signed with South Africa, how does that help Nigeria in the long run?
Which deal?
Nigeria signed a deal with South Africa to help with mining. That was done like 2 days ago. Yeah, they signed that deal in Abuja.
Why would South Africa help them mine? Will South Africa be the mine in Nigeria, or will you take it to their country?
I don't have the details to. All I saw Alake and their minister for mining in South Africa. They signed an agreement
that thing is not good. Listen, the only thing you have to do. That's why China is running helter-skelter in Africa, because Africa. See, if you get a good country, you make a deal with that country, sign a policy dotted line. You do it the way we did oil and gas. Simple. This is your own. This is my own. This is the one for development. Chicken. Nobody cheats everybody. After all, the what is it called? The business is being transferred across your country, so you know how much they're making. Just like Shell, you take your own percentage. Those mining and rare earth, get a good country like Britain or US or Canada or Australia. We get shame, not China. When I talk now, I go say I hate China. Make I shut up my mouth. Only a decent country that has shame, not the one that doesn't have shame. Who can flip-flop on... why is Africans bringing Russia and China? What is even the meaning of that, if I may ask? I don't get it. So, correct Oyibo go colonize on China, Russia. I tire for Africa.
No, the way we are going, even Benin Republic will come and help.
Do you know what is making me laugh? This your Ibrahim Traoré you just mentioned now. He walked away France and invited Russia. And they called him Sankara of their time. I said that is an insult to Thomas Sankara. Honestly, sincerely speaking, he's nowhere close to Thomas Sankara.
That's what he said, by the way. Yeah, he said that they want to do. He started listening to all these Africans that they've killed, and he put his name that.
He's an idiot. He's nowhere
But
close to Thomas Sankara.
Yeah, people believe him though. That's the thing. They believe what he's. That's the thing.
They don't believe. People sit down to watch him. He has a lot of obedient too. Though you know those people that were doing that.
Yeah, you know that
they littered all over the internet.
Do you know that Indian channel, that woman that's on YouTube, very popular, that covers Nigeria, is the obedient that was feeding out stories now. So let's put that Indian, whatever her name is. So
she's sending her money now. They have
so she's getting the traffic, so she's gonna keep doing more of it. So
that woman can say a lot of bullshit.
I'm like, where is she even getting all these stories with no investigation on Twitter?
No. Let me tell you. Okay, let me give you an example now. Like the tariff that is going on in the United States. I don't even know how human brain work. The same thing they did in elections. That's the same thing they're doing with this tariff. They're putting fear in everybody. Hey, you won't see food to buy. Hey, you will suffer. Why is every country that this man tariff says United States citizens will suffer? Where did they start hearing? Stupidity is a very bad thing. He tariff China. China say US citizens will buy things very expensive and they will suffer. I begin to wonder.
But their propaganda on TikTok, some Americans are buying into it though.
Is that what?
The Chinese propaganda online, some Americans are buying it.
Of course, now they will buy. Who would you tell that he won't get food to eat that will not buy it? That will not be scared. It's fear mongering now. They're scared. But the thing is, that's why the other day Remy was talking about the way Nigerians talk about Nigeria. I said because they don't know. They don't ask questions. If you walk into United States stores now, let me not exaggerate. China is actually gone somehow. But these people don't know, like Walmart, Whole Food. These people let me not say 80. 50% of the things they used to sell in their stores are made in China. Or product of China. Like all those beads, powdered beads, hemp, although because I do a lot of herbs. All those green agar, greens, powdered greens, and all the. In those days, when you pick it, you turn it, it will say product of China. Distributed manufactured for so company in the US, for Whole Food, product of China. Now, if you go there, what you will see, Mozambique, Turkey, Japan.
Sorry, I just want to make an announcement. So I'll be back in 15 minutes. So I want to do some recordings. I'm using the camera and the headphones. So I'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
You will see. So the first tariff this man did 8 years ago, he turned it, they lost thread. Both of them lost thread. This one lost 37%. This one lost 27% dependency. You see this one he do now, they will lose another thread. So they will keep disengaging. They will keep disengaging. But people will come and tell you it is not possible. I said, where did these people get their information? The last one they did, check how many threads they lost. There are some businesses that they no longer do together after the last tariff. And it's happening again. I mean, I don't know. Most people don't really want to see anything or think anything or read anything. This this mainstream media, But let me tell you something. Baba T, that Donald Trump na Chris man. Hello?
Yeah, which one? Ooh.
I said Trump na Chris man.
Well, maybe that's what the country needs for now. I mean,
I'm telling you, that man, Jehovah.
I mean, if the thing is, whatever he's doing or is planning to do, he better work out. If he works out, it becomes one of the best presidents ever.
The best thing I told him when he was campaigning that the moment he win that election, he should fire Powell. Whatever means he can use to fire that guy should be fired. Because that guy is working for China. China is a very terrible country. It's not a country somebody brings into them. If we see the way India is avoiding China, if I were Donald Trump, I would stop talking about that tariff. If I were him. All those we are talking to these people, 10 people are talking to us, 50 people, it looks petty. If I were him, I would just ignore them. I'll keep quiet. If you ask me, say, well, we're making deals, we are trying to sort it out. When we sort it out, we'll let you. You will know. We are working on it. Period. Instead of 80 countries, 50 countries, it makes it look good. The more he talks, the more the fear-mongering. Everybody will be, I don't understand. But let me tell you something. Tariffs. Why did you say make sure it works?
No, for his presidency and for the country, like whatever this trade war is all about. I mean, if it turns out well for America, I think he wants a better deal for America. The rate he thinks it's unfair.
Let me tell you, you see, most people don't know economics. When this thing started, I came here to laugh at them. They abused me. When I use the word, they abuse me because when I say some certain things, they just disagree. They disagree with insults. 2 countries are fighting. He quarantines China. How do you know it's working? He's sitting down in the Oval Office. You've dropped? Hello? Hello?
Hello, good morning.
It's like everybody has gone.
No, madam, good morning. Now let me tell you, but I think the rest people are gone. You didn't hear me?
I can hear you. We've been calling
Yeah,
you to say something now. Remy was calling
yeah,
you.
I was very busy. No, Allah.
Okay. You can say what you want to say now.
I don't even get anything to say. I don't listen well. Thank you.
No, Allah. Remy, are you still there?
Remy don't enter jungle.
Prince, it's like we have to close now. Everybody has slept.
Yeah.